proceedings of Thursday, the 12th day of January 2017, page 1129, page 1130, 1131, 1132, 1133, page 1134. Senator Hopuzodema. Can you move the motion for adoption of the votes and proceedings?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President.
Yes, I do.
My name is. I represent the. I rise to move that the votes and proceedings of 12th Thursday 2017 be approved. I so move.
Very well, thank you. Senator Shafa. Senator Shafa, can you second the motion? Go ahead.
It's not working here. Okay, thank you. Senator Binga Shafa, representing Lagos Senatorial District. I rise to move that the votes and proceedings of. I rise to second that the votes and proceedings of Thursday, 12th January 2017 be so approved. I so second. Thank you.
All right. Distinct colleagues, those in support that the votes and proceedings of Thursday, the 12th day of January 2017 be now approved, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. The votes and proceedings of 12th January 2017 is hereby approved. Announcements. This is from the chairman of the committee, Senate Services Committee. Publication of 2017 edition of Senate calendar, diary and roll-up banner. Distinguished senators may wish to note that the committee has commenced the process of producing the 2017 edition of the Senate calendar, diary and roll-up banners. Distinguished senators are requested to submit their pictures for this exercise. However, those who do not want to change their pictures from the ones used in the 2016 edition are not affected. The photographs should be submitted to the clerk of this committee on or before Thursday, 19 January 2017 in room SB76, Senate Basement, White House. Distinguished senators should respond promptly to ensure that these items are delivered in good time. Please sign Senator Ibrahim Gobe, PhD, Chairman. Further announcements. The Southwest Caucus will meet in suite 423, Office of the Chief Whip, immediately after sitting tomorrow. Signed, Senator Adeye, Chief Whip. Then there will be meeting of PDP Caucus immediately after plenary today in hearing room 1, 17th January 2017. Meeting room 1, signed, Senate Minority Leader, Senator Babio. Senate Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. The first business of the day is the presentation of the report of the Committees on Finance and Appropriations on the 2017.
Sorry, point of order, Senator. The Deputy Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President and my distinguished colleagues. I would like to proceed on order 43 of the rules of the Senate. And with your permission, Mr. President, I would like to read. Order 43 says, by the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make a personal explanation, though there will be no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward nor may debate arise upon the explanation, and the terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in detail to the President of the Senate when his leave to make is sought. Mr. President, you remember that this morning I approached you with the fact that there is a disturbing signal that in the last 4 months, no federal judge has received his salary. And I think that this is a matter that this Senate should look at in view of the prevailing circumstances. And I thought that I should bring this to the notice of the Senate so that the Senate can resolve at least to mandate the Committee on Judiciary and Finance to find out the true position of what exactly is happening. And I think it's our responsibility to do so, and I so move. Thank you.
Well, distinguished colleagues, you mentioned this to me this morning. In accordance with our rules, we will not go into any debate on this, but this is very worrisome if it is true. And I'm sure the essence of putting the judiciary on the first line charge is to avoid this kind of situation. And we should not put our judges in a situation where they are tempted to receive gratification from litigants or the public. So I think in the circumstance, we will request the Chairman Committee on Judiciary and also the Committee on Finance to find out the true situation of things and ensure, if it is true, that the judges are paid as soon as possible, but certainly not later than 1 week from today. So we believe that by Tuesday next week, we should be able to get the feedback from the Chairman of Judiciary and Finance on the true position. Please, if it is true, ensure that wherever they can find money, that those judges should be paid between now and Monday. So by Tuesday, you should be able to give us a feedback. Thank you. Yes, Bala.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm standing under 43. May I request, by the indulgence of the Senate and liberty President of the Senate, the Senator may make a personal explanation, although there is no question before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward or no debate upon by explanations. This term of the proposed statement shall be submitted in details to the President of the Senate when he will make it. Mr. President, sir, earlier toward the end of this year, the Nigerian Interbank System, that NIPS, deployed a new solution. The solution almost collapsed the current systems. It was impossible for many of the banks to clear their instruments. And the procedures in the industry is, before you can deploy any software or additional solutions, you must first test it, make sure it's functional, then now disable existing software and bring in a new player. Also, Interbank system is a Nigerian platforms. Before you can even bring in new players, there must be public tender to bring in new players. But NIPS ignored all this, despite the fact that many of the banks objected to that. And it was disrupting completely for 3 days the client system of many of the banks, but eventually it was withdrawn back. So I feel that the Senate should look, I have a report here, to look critically into it and see the way forward, whereby there is nowhere an agency which is owned by other banks can on their own deploy solutions without actually sensitizing the entire system. These are not best business practices. And I feel the Senate should look at this critically and call for investigation into this. That's my point.
Okay, as well noted, maybe the appropriate committee needs to find out what the situation is and probably report back to us. Yes, I mean.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I'm Senator Sandi Mustafa Mohammed, representing the good people of Niger South. Mr. President, I'm coming under Order 43, personal explanation. By the indulgence of the Senate and the leave of the President of the Senate, a senator may make a personal explanation, although there will be no questions before the Senate, but no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor may debate arise upon the explanation. The terms of the proposed statement shall be submitted in details to the President of the Senate when his leave to make it is sought. May I read it?
Yes, go ahead, but I'm not aware you discuss this matter with me. Well, you can proceed. Let's hear what it is. Put on your microphone.
I stand on behalf of the people of Niger South and indeed every Nigerite to appreciate and commend the gestures of these hallowed chambers on the death of one of our most illustrious sons, a former governor of Niger State, Engineer Adil Kure. Late Kure, as many can testify, was a frontline statesman, a peacemaker, a bridge builder, a role model, a generous man, a staunch believer and advocate of one Nigeria. Engineer Kure worked tirelessly to see that the world becomes a better place and humanity defeats its challenges. After his death last week, Nigerian Senate sent a delegation to sympathize and commiserate with us. Yesterday, the Senate President, in company of others, colleagues, and my humble self, also visited to condole with the family and the entire state. Nigerians asked me to say thank you. May the soul of Engineer Kure rest in peace. May Allah forgive his shortcomings. May paradise be his final abode. May Allah bless the souls of our past heroes. May their labor not be in vain. Thank you.
Very well, thank you. As you are aware, we sent the delegation earlier, and then we also visited yesterday. Last week, we observed 1 minute silence for him. And want to thank all of you from Niger for giving him such a befitting burial. Thank you. Say leader.
Mr. President, very respected colleagues, the first business of the day is the presentation of the report of the Committees on Finance and Appropriations on the 2017-2019 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy Paper FSP. Mr. President, you may wish to invite Senator John Eno, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator John Eno.
Mr. President, my name is John Owen Eno, Cross River Central. Mr. President, may I move that the Senate do receive the report of the Committees on Finance, Appropriations, and National Planning on the 2017-2019 Medium-Term Expenditure Framework and Fiscal Strategy Paper in accordance with the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2007. I so move.
Senator Dino.
Mr. President, my respected colleagues, I am Dino Milai Kogi West. I stand to second the motion as ably moved by the Chairman Finance. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Those support that this report will now receive, say aye. Those against, say nay. The ayes have it. Senator Eno, we proceed to lay it on table. All right, thank you. I'm sure that maybe by tomorrow we should be able to put in other papers for possible consideration and approval. Senate Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished and respected colleagues, the second business of the day is the presentation of the report of the Committee on Public Accounts on the status of compliance of Parastatal's submission of audited accounts to the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation. Mr. President, you may wish to invite Senator Andy Uba, Chairman of the committee, to move the motion for the Senate to receive the report.
Senator Andy Uba.
Mr. President, most distinguished colleagues, I rise to move that the Senate. Mr. President, my name is Senator Andy Uba, representing Anambra South Senatorial Zone. Mr. President, I rise to move that the Senate do receive the report of the Committee on Public Account on the status of compliance of the parastatals submission of audited accounts to the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation. I so move.
Yes, Senator Bintan.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Binta Masi Garba, Adamawa North Senatorial Zone, Adamawa State. I rise to support the motion as moved by Andy Ubas, representing Anambra South, that the Senate do receive the report on the Committee on Public Accounts on the status of compliance of the parastatal submissions of audited accounts to the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, don't support that the Senate do not receive this report, say aye. Those against saying the ayes have it. Senator Nduba of Adamawa can now lay the thing on the table. Very well, thank you. State Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, first order of the day is a motion requesting the Senate to consider the request of Mr. President CNC for the confirmation of the nomination of the following for appointment as ambassadors designate in accordance with Section 171, Subsection 1, Subsection 2C and 4 of the 1999 Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria as amended. The names are Dr. Mrs. Uzoma E. Emenike, Abia State; Aminu Iyawa, Adamawa; Major General Godwin G. Umo, retired, Akwa Ibom; Christopher J. N. Okeke, Anambra; Yusuf Maitama Tuggar, Bauchi; Baba Madugu, Bauchi; Brigadier General Stanley Durayayi, Bayelsa; Professor Stephen Ugba, Benue; Baba Ahmed Jidda, Borno; Dr. Utubom N.E. Asuko, Cross River; Engineer Frank Ofeduma, Delta; Mr. Jonah M. Odo, Ebonyi; Uyagwe Igbe, Edo; Dr. Iniola Ajayi, Ekiti; Major General Chris Eze, Enugu; Alhaji Suleiman Hassan, Gombe; Justice Silvanus Edewere Nsofo, Imo; Aminu Muhammad Dalhatu, Jigawa; Ahmed Nuba Mali, Kaduna; Deborah S. Ilya, Kaduna; Professor D. Abdulkadir, Kano; Alhaji Haruna Ungogo, Kano; Justice Isa Dodo, Katsina; Mohammed Rimi Barade, Katsina; Professor Tijani Bande, Kedi; Professor Y.O. Aliyu, Kogi; Nuruddin Mohammed, Kwara; Professor Mohammed G. Isa, Kwara; Justice George Adeshola, Oguntade, Lagos; Mrs. Modupe Irele, Lagos; Musa Ilu Muhammad, Nasarawa; Ahmed Ibeto, Niger; Suzanne Adaronke Folarin, Ogun; Jacob Ibekele Daudu, Ondo; Afolayan Adeyemi A. Oshun; Major General Ashimiyu A. Olani, retired, Oyo; James G. Dimka, Plateau; Dr. Haruna Bawa Abdullahi, Plateau; Oji Ngofa, Rivers; Sahadi Isa Gada, Sokoto; Honorable Kabir Umar, Sokoto; Alhaji Hassan Jika Ado, Taraba; Gwanumadu Zannabura, Yobe; Alhaji Garba Gajam, Zamfara; Captain Bala Mohamed Meriga, Zamfara; Habis Ibrahim Ubada, FCT. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the purpose of this motion on the order paper is for the request of Mr. President CNC to be referred to the relevant committee for further legislative action. I therefore move that the request of Mr. President CNC be referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs for further legislative action. Thank you.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader that the Senate do consider the request of Mr. President for the confirmation of the nominees listed and of aforementioned by the leader for appointment as ambassadors designates in accordance with the 1999 Constitution. I so second.
Distinguished colleagues, those in support of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. is referred to the Committee on Foreign Affairs to report back in 2 weeks. State Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, the second order of the day is the briefing by the Minister of State, Aviation, Minister of Power, Works and Housing, the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Air Staff, the Managing Director of FAN, Managing Director NCAA, President Nigerian Society of Engineers, and Mrs. Julius Berger on the proposed closure of Abuja Airport. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, you will recall that the Senate resolved to invite the Minister of State, Aviation, Minister of Power, Works and Housing, the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Air Staff, the Managing Director of FAN, Managing Director NCAA, President Nigerian Society of Engineers, and Mrs. Julius Berger to appear before the Senate today to brief this distinguished Senate on the proposed closure of Abuja Airport. Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in order to carry out this exercise in conformity with our Standing Order 17 floor privileges, I will move 2 motions. First, I move that the Senate do resolve into the Committee of the Whole.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the Senate do resolve into the Committee of Whole. I so second.
Those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. State Leader.
Mr. Chairman, very distinguished colleagues, secondly, I move that the Senate do admit the Minister of State, Aviation, Minister of Power, Works and Housing, the Inspector General of Police, the Chief of Air Staff, the Managing Director of FAN, Managing Director NCAA, President Nigerian Society of Engineers, Mrs. Julius Berger, and the Special Advisor to the President on National Assembly Matters into the Senate chamber.
Minority Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader that we do suspend a standing rule to enable us to admit the strangers. I do second.
Yeah, colleagues, those in favor of the motion say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Can we settle down, please? Okay, can we settle down, please? Well, distinguished colleagues, last week we started a conversation regarding the proposed rehabilitation of the runway of Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport and the possible closure of the airport for 6 weeks. We adjourn to continue the discussion today. On behalf of the Senate, let me welcome the Honorable Minister for Works, Power and Housing, the Minister for Aviation, the Inspector General of Police, who is ably represented here. We have a team from Julius Berger, the MD FAN, MDNCA, and of course our friends from the Nigeria Society of Engineers and other stakeholders who are here. But let me just emphasize that the essence of this conversation is not to inquire into the needs or otherwise of the repair or rehabilitation of the airport. That is settled. We all agreed that there is absolute need for the runway to be rehabilitated. Our worry as representatives of the people is essentially the possible closure of the airport within the period or part thereof. So this conversation is aimed at looking at other options to enable the federal government to take appropriate decision on whether there should be that closure or whether work can be continued while flights take off and land. So it's going to be an interactive session, and last week we advised the Minister of Aviation to have an open mind in this conversation so that at the end of the day it would have been reached by the suggestions of our colleagues and contributions of other stakeholders who are here today. So once more I welcome all of you. Last week a number of our colleagues raised issues, raised questions, made suggestions. So I would like to appeal to our colleagues as much as possible to allow those who did not have opportunity of making contribution last week to start. It becomes important for us to go back to those who had contributed earlier. We'll be happy to do that. So, but it's going to be a friendly conversation, which is essentially in the best interest of Nigerians. Now, we'll start with the way we'll proceed is that our visitors will be all seated. If you ask a question, you tell us whom you are directing the question to, so that the person will take note, and then after a couple of questions, we will line them up to respond. In that way, we'll be able to finish on time. Senator Nala, the Deputy Leader of the Senate. Yeah. It's working.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President, and my distinguished colleagues, I first of all must seek the indulgence of my colleagues to go back to what we had last week. My colleagues will remember that the Minister of State for Aviation was here last week, and part of the justification for advancing the argument for closure of Abuja Airport was to the effect that Port Harcourt Airport was once closed for 1 year. Now, we need Mr. Chairman to put records straight so that we understand from where we can proceed. Mr. President, the Port Harcourt Airport was closed simply because there was a ready-made alternative in Port Harcourt, which is the Port Harcourt military.
My name, Your Excellency, distinguished colleagues, my name is Ibrahim Gogo. My observation is that we need to hear from the Minister of Works so that we can make an informed decision, because there are also members of Nigerian Society of Engineers here, so that by the time we finish, then we can go ahead and then make our questions.
All right, so this is the Senate that will start the Minister for Works, Honorable Minister, and thereafter we'll hear this from the Society of Engineers.
The Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Let me perhaps start by wishing all of you a very happy New Year and the very best compliments of the season. I appear before this distinguished House in response to the invitation conveyed by the letter signed by the clerk to the Senate, essentially inviting me to clarify issues concerning the proposed closure of the Abuja airport. I would like to start by first expressing my pleasure to be here to participate in what I consider a demonstration of open and accountable governance by the executive and legislative arms of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I say so first because the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic, particularly in section 14, subsection 2b, stipulates that the security and the welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose for which government exists. And therefore, I would like to make very clear, because this issue has been discussed not only here but in many private fora, and I'd like to first emphasize, for the benefit of Nigerians, I think you have been well briefed, the benefit of Nigerians who may be listening, that it is the wrong way, and I think that emphasis must be continuously made as a matter of public communication, that it is the wrong way of the airport where planes take off and land that needs to be repaired because it is no longer safe for that purpose. By extension, therefore, it means that the airport cannot be used. It seems to be a very simple point, but it is a point that I think members of the public should be made aware of, that the wrong way is unsafe. So this is a matter of immense public safety. This is the primary purpose why government exists. My respectful view of matters is that the Honorable Minister of State for Aviation, distinguished Senator Hadi Sirika, who is a certified pilot and a former member of this House, deserves our commendation for his openness and commitment to safety of lives, and he deserves our support. And I couldn't be happier than to hear from the President of the Senate saying this morning that the decision really whether to repair is now a moot point. The decision really is what is the best way. I like to emphasize that the right to life also, and this is important in making the ultimate decision that you come to, that the right to life guaranteed in the Constitution means nothing if government does not take this kind of preemptive actions to forestall and prevent loss of lives. So I want to commend your intervention in discharging your representational duties to your various constituents, because as I said, this matter has been in the public domain. There have of course been a lot of questions that have been asked. Why a total closure? I think those who are more competent in terms of airport construction and development will speak to those, and I'm happy that Julius Berger and the Nigerian Society of Engineers are here. Why Kaduna Airport and not Minna Airport? Those are some of the questions that have agitated the minds of those who have spoken, and what the impact on the economy will be. I believe that some of these questions have also been addressed by the Honorable Minister of State for Aviation, because I watched the proceedings on television. But let me first address the question of Kaduna and Abuja Highway, because the Ministry of Power, Works and Housing comes here in a supportive and complementary role. The primary responsibility for management of the airport is that of the Ministry of Aviation. We have been involved in considering options and alternatives to this decision. At meetings that were convened for this purpose by His Excellency, the Vice President, Professor Yomi Osinbajo SCA, he called meetings in the past, and that's how we got involved. In anticipation that the alternative airport will be Kaduna, the condition of the Kaduna-Abuja Highway has become a matter of concern. The Ministry of Power, Works and Housing has utilized the emergency provisions of the Public Procurement Act to seek and to obtain approval of the Bureau of Public Procurement for the emergency rehabilitation of the bad sections of the Abuja-Kaduna Highway. That has been given by BPP for 1.058 billion naira. The contractor, Mrs. CGC Nigeria Limited, have also notified the ministry that they have moved to site, and as I said, this was in anticipation that Kaduna will be have moved to site since the 7th of January 2017, and they have proposed that it will be finished in 50 days, ending thereabout on the 28th of February from the work plan that they have submitted to the ministry. At this moment, as I speak, although they are asking for an advance payment of 50%, which the procurement law does not permit us to make, and which is a matter I think is also penned before different committees of this House for amendment of the procurement bill, but they have not yet been paid. But in spite of this, those who drive on that road will attest to the fact that their presence is already visible on the road as they have moved men and materials to site. This, of course, is a consequence of the confidence that has started to come back to the construction industry since the implementation of the 2016 budget that you passed. As to the choice between Kaduna and Minna airports, I believe that the Honorable Minister of State for Aviation has explained that Kaduna is the default alternative airport for Abuja-bound flights when a flight plan is being considered for approval. I think he made that point in what I heard. I I can only add that yes, it is true that Minna perhaps is a shorter distance to travel than Abuja, but having recently driven on both roads, my whole submission is that given the current state of both roads, the Kaduna-Abuja highway lends itself more to this kind of emergency intervention to restore it to motorability than does the Abuja-Minna road. Even though the Abuja-Minna road is also under procurement, but the contractor is currently having difficulties with his financing, which is a matter that really is not the purpose of this hearing, but in the event he will get back to work and to site. Distinguished senators, this is the part of the matter that directly affects the Ministry of Works. But if you permit me, I would like to speak to some other issues of public concern, if I have your permission, sir. One of the issues is the inconvenience that has agitated the minds of Nigerians. And let me say very clearly that I recognize that there will be inconvenience, and I sincerely sympathize with those who will be affected, including not the least many of us who travel. But nevertheless, my view with respect is that where the choice is between inconvenience and safety, then safety considerations must prevail. Let me also add that from some little research that I have done, I was privileged to find out that Nigeria is not the first country to close an airport and to divert traffic either to another airport or to another city. It has happened in Manila in the Philippines, it has happened in Mumbai in India, it has happened in Kisumu Airport in Kenya, and in Colombo Airport in Sri Lanka. And this accords with the uncompromising safety standards in the aviation industry that has made flying the safest form of travel when operators play by the rules. So I would only add that in addition to the security measures that have been discussed at the meeting that I referred to, this is also a time perhaps for us to adapt so that we can be safe. My humble suggestion is that since the ministry has issued an 8 weeks notice for 6 weeks of inconvenience, it gives us enough time to adapt. And some of the things I would humbly suggest is that we can alter some of our pre-scheduled programs ahead of the closure or till after the closure. We can also do some other things. Some of the business that we need to conduct in or out of Abuja, technology has made itself available, Skype, email, SMS, and all of that. These are matters.
Okay, Honourable Minister, I think we addressed the area that concerns you. So, because we had a lot of conversation on this subject last week, so we don't want to repeat ourselves. So if you are finished, maybe we will hear from the State of Engineers. All right, thank you. Nigeria State of Engineers. After that, we will hear from Julius Berger.
Distinguished President of the Senate of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my name is Engineer Otis Anyeji, President, Nigerian Society of Engineers. The principal officers of the Senate, distinguished senators, and respected members of the audience, we wish to humbly acknowledge the receipt of the invitation from this Senate to brief you distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the options available to keep the Abuja airport open for the reconstruction of the runway. The Nigerian Society of Engineers also wishes to appreciate the Senate, particularly the President of the Senate, Dr. Bukola Saraki, CON, for directing the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria and other airport agencies to consult with the Nigerian Society of Engineers. This is the first time in the history of Nigeria where government agencies are made to consult with the Nigerian Society of Engineers on infrastructure issues. We really deeply appreciate that. The Nigerian Society of Engineers meeting with the aviation agencies. The society held a meeting with the relevant aviation agencies yesterday. The outcome of the meeting confirms that it is possible to carry out the proposed reconstruction without shutting down the airport. The issue raised by the aviation agencies is that the procedure is challenging and fraught with risks. Therefore, the issue is not technical but managerial, since aviation has known and recommended procedures to manage this type of activity, and the expertise can be learned. The Nigerian Society of Engineers is insisting that the state of the runway presently requires that it be constructed immediately. Our observations. The Nigerian Society of Engineers, having critically evaluated the state of the runway, hereby observes as follows: that the total shutdown of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, being the only airport that connects the capital city of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is like shutting down Nigeria. Absence of a second runway at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, meant lack of excess runway capacity to temporarily close down the main runway for repair. And our recommendations are as follows. 1. That the runway could be reconstructed without closing the airport, using segmented approach and known safety risk management procedures in line with ICAO guidelines. Aircraft of B737 and below can then use the available part of the runway while work is going on the other part. 2. That the taxiway should be upgraded to serve as a runway for aircraft of B737 and below. The appropriate study to confirm this can be carried out for the feasibility to be assured. This has been tried elsewhere in the world. For example, Gatwick Airport in the UK. Bigger international flights can be connected to Lagos, Kaduna and Kano and other international airports, and then an air shuttle can be connected to Abuja. In the long term, the Nigerian Society of Engineers is recommending that action be immediately commenced on the construction of a second runway at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja. 6. Nigerian content. It would appear that there is general erroneous belief in some quarters that Nigerian engineers do not have adequate competency in aviation infrastructural practice. The Nigerian Society of Engineers confirms that some of our members have firms with adequate knowledge, competency, and experience to operate as consultants and contractors in achieving ICAO standards in airport infrastructure activities. Efforts should therefore be made to involve such companies in future works in the sector. Such companies are known to NCAA and FAM. Thank you. God bless the Senate and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, distinguished colleagues, the summary of what he says that the runway can be used by smaller aircrafts while the repair is going on. Maybe the bigger ones can be diverted. That's what he said?
Yes.
Okay, you can see that now. Because Julius Berger is the contractor handling this. So if you permit me, I invite Julius Berger to respond to this. Julius Berger.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished members of the Senate. My name is Wolfgang Götsch. I'm the Managing Director of Julius Berger Nigeria PLC. I'm just discussing or making purely technical statements. I sympathize with all the hardship and with the pain. Technically, a runway can be repaired without closing, but it depends on the scale of the repair. If there is only spot damage, then it can be repaired in a localized manner. That means it can be shut down in the night. A spot can be repaired. In the morning, it can be temporarily given back for usage. But the state of the runway here in Abuja, the extent of damage and deterioration. Actually, the whole runway from one end to the other end is damaged. That means if the method of spot repair is used, you start on one side of the runway, working in the night, and in the morning you you open it up for traffic. It would mean that this spot repair will take 2 to 2.5 years. Now, government could say, yes, that's not a problem. I agree to that. But if you start on one side, that means the other side of the runway, if you allow it to be used during the day, it still must keep stable for 2.5 years. So that means if we start on one side, there is a very high risk that on the other side, the runway shuts down itself. This is why, in principle, I agree with the statement of the Nigerian Society of Engineers. But the tests, the state and the extent of damage of the runway does not allow that. That's number one. And number two, if there is this fragmentation of bits and pieces at the end of the runway, it will not be a monolithic structure. A runway has to be monolithic. It needs interlocked layers to guarantee, and this I think is an important point, a lifespan of up to 10 years. This is why the way how we see it and how lots of consultants see it, there is absolutely, unfortunately, no option than to close the runway for these 6 weeks. Because actually it's not a repair work, it's far beyond that. It's almost, you can say, it's a new construction of the whole surface, of the bearing and course and of the binder. 2 more comments I want to make. As I said at my opening statement, we are very much aware what means the closure of the airport for Nigeria, for the public sector, for the private sector, and for all individuals. It's in all our interest to make the thing happen and to solve it as quick as possible. This is why from our end, we guarantee that within these 6 weeks, the repair work is done, subject to the fulfillment of the obligations of all stakeholders. Now, I just give one simple example, one very simple example. We have to charter 2 big cargo airplanes to fly in materials from overseas. And the offloading and the custom clearance of these cargo airplanes, of course, is essential because time is of essence. And under the leadership of the Minister of State Aviation, all stakeholders are on board. And as I speak today, everything is going very smoothly according to plan. And we have no doubt that the obligations of all the stakeholders are fulfilled. The second comment, and that's my last comment, is Julius Berger also guarantees, after the repair work, the lifespan of this runway of up to 10 years minimum, subject to regular maintenance, which is done. But I think that's anyway normal. Thank you very much.
So before you take a seat, the young set of engineers, they say something about smaller aircrafts landing and taking off at the time you are doing the job. What's your view about that?
No, also there, the state of the runway, the damage of the runway is bad, no matter if it's big aircraft or small aircraft, because the big risk, and there maybe the aviation experts can say it better, is loose material, loose pieces of asphalt which is on the runway. So if an airplane passes, the loose pieces could be sucked up to the turbine or to spoil the wing. So if it's a small aircraft or a big aircraft, I don't think that there is a difference, because the problem is not the impact at the landing process, at the touchdown. The problem is this debris which is sucked up to the wings.
Finally, before we look at everything, we will come to that, but let's finally hear from the police, the security angle, then we'll start throwing our questions. Police. No, you will ask him, don't worry, he's not going anywhere. He's not going anywhere. Yes, please. So just concern yourself with the security implication.
The President of the Senate, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, other stakeholders, ministers. I'm most privileged to be opportune to stand here, and I'd like to tender an apology for the inability of the Inspector General of Police that is indisposed to be here. He would have loved to be here. I sincerely apologize. So having seen that, we in the security cycle have been discussing the way out in whichever way that a decision will be taken. From the discussion so far, we understand that we also need security because it is possible that Kaduna Airport will be used. Ours is to ensure that one, that airport have the same security templates and the deployment of officers and men that we have here at the International Airport in Abuja is replicated in Kaduna. We've made that adequate arrangement along with other security agencies. We also realize that there will be a lot of movement either from Abuja here to Kaduna. It could be passengers, it could be the cabin crew and others. We've carefully also looked at the security template and security analysis of what has happened between Abuja and Kaduna. As I speak, we've deployed 500 tactical operation team of the Nigerian police and other security agencies on Kaduna Road on a permanent basis. We've also deployed 500 Hilux patrol vehicles that are put at points where there are occurrences of crime and criminality like kidnapping, marauding firearms bearers that will just emerge from the bush
and begin to take a shot on moving vehicles with a view to kidnap for ransom, or sometimes maim and killed. We are aware of also people going armed in the forest that span from Zamra to Kaduna to Niger. These forests are some game reserves that have not been put to use over the years, and our crime profile and analysis of this is that we are collaborating with other security agencies to make sure that we round them out of that forest. As I speak, I just came back from Mina, where I'm looking at Shiroro, I'm looking at Kogi, local government area, and other local government area that had some disturbances of armed bandits that we've analyzed, and we've discovered also that some of them have the coloration of people that do not have the accent of the people of Nigeria. We have carefully looked at it that if there's going to be the use of Kaduna as an alternative, we've drawn up an operation order that we've tested that is already about to be printed out, that will ensure that together with other security agencies, we guarantee movement. Escorting of buses, escorting of individuals who would and must take their flight or coming from Kaduna. We're also going to replicate the same security template that is at the international airport here in Kaduna. We've also made available, in addition to what the Nigerian Air Force are going to provide, we have 3 helicopters. I have 2 right now in Mina that I'm using for the aerial patrol. We're going to have 3 helicopters dedicated for the aerial patrol, and sometimes some other VIPs that we want to catch their flight in very short distance, they will be made available. We also are aware too that the train is also an alternative. We have got train marshals, and in each of the train coaches we are deploying armed men that will guarantee safety. We've also deployed at junctions and roads that would make train to slow down. We've also agreed that the sniffing dogs, both from the police, the NSCDC, the Nigerian Air Force, are also increased. We are ready with our security arrangement if Kaduna will be used as an alternative.
Yes. All right, thank you. Well, before the questions will start coming, you remember that last week there are some issues we raised with the Honorable Minister for Aviation, which was supposed to provide answers. And I think he has the answers now. If you permit me, let me just invite for a few minutes so that we have all of them available to us before we can make our comments. Honorable Minister.
Your Excellency, the Deputy Senate President, Distinguished Senator Ike Ekweremadu, distinguished Senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. I was here last week, and the interaction that we had with the distinguished Senate, certain questions were asked, and I was asked to provide certain answers, amongst which the critical observation of the fact that there was no formal interface with Nigerian Society of Engineers. I'm very glad to inform this hallowed chamber that was done. And during the discussions, even though the President of Nigerian Society of Engineers here present had made their observations, there were no disagreements during the discussions between our men and the Nigerian Society of Engineers. Second question that is important also, Your Excellencies, it's how much is the total cost of all of the preparations that we'll be making in an attempt to locate our operations of Abuja for 6 weeks into Kaduna. That has been done, Your Excellency, and the figures are as follows. Nigerian Railway Corporation, 100,326,400 naira. Nigerian Railway Corporation, 100,326,400, even, 00. Federal Road Safety Corps of Nigeria, the cost implication of the logistics is 237,247,216 and 21 Nigerian kobo. Nigeria Police Force, 358,517,700. Nigeria Civil Defense Corps, 325 million even, 00 kobo. That is almost correct, yes. Nigeria Immigration Service, 29,362,790. Nigeria Immigration Service. Federal Ministry of Transportation, for the leasing of buses, 81 million. Your Excellency, these figures amounts total 1,134,454,106 and 21 Nigerian kobo. And this has not been vetted yet by us to see what we can reduce or what we can add. And then also to give a further answer to a question where there have been integrity tests and studies on this runway. Yes, there have been. Like I said earlier, 3 times, but the most significant one is that one that was conducted by Airport Council International. This Airport Council International is a world body overseeing operations of airports worldwide. There's a consulting firm called Death Rules Consulting of Germany. They've also been called upon and they've carried out tests, and they have the reports domiciled with us. So, Your Excellency, these are the questions that were asked during my last appearance. And even though Your Excellency did indicated that the question is not whether the runway should be repaired, but whether the airport should be closed for 6 weeks. And I don't know if it is now or later that I'm supposed to respond to some of the issues that were raised by Julius Baja and Nigerian Society of Engineers. If the Excellency allow, we can save time to just briefly go through 3 of them. One of them, the foreign objects FOD. We all have remembered, I am sure, what has happened to Concorde in France. It was a normal runway being operated. However, there was debris that the airplane picked. It punctured the skin of that airplane, and the result was catastrophe that pulled Concorde out of operation. It's a report of that Concorde accident is available on the internet, in ICAO, even in our ministry, as to what happened and why that foreign objects, or how that foreign objects damaged that airplane. To operate aircraft, in our opinion and wisdom in this ministry, is that within a construction site, for you to have a passenger plane, you can have your private plane probably if you want to risk your life, which we won't allow, but to have a passenger plane that will be landing and taking off within a construction site that has debris and foreign objects and also construction equipment around, we don't think it was safe. It has happened before within this country and outside, how those became a catastrophe. Then as to the question whether the runway, our taxiway, could be used, the issue is our taxiway first has not been constructed to take the impact of landings and taking off at the time, and to upgrade it if it means to reconstruct the taxiway. I think it's being penny-wise, pound-foolish, but if upgrading means to just designate it to be a landing and taking off point, I would say that that taxiway is in between the buildings and the runway, and there is a minimum safe distance that the taxiway between the building and the runway could be utilized for this purpose, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, also the question of the closure of or Mina as an alternative. Kaduna, in its peculiarity, has a runway that we use in the international, also has another runway at the Air Force Base. Should the one that we intend to use, as aviators, which will always plan with a fail-safe, with an alternative, with a redundant arrangement, we can conveniently use that runway without recourse to go into another. Secondly, Mina Airport terminal building was brought down to be reconstructed, and it has not been reconstructed yet, and the capacity of that terminal building for Mina cannot contain the envisaged passengers that we would have. And also, landing aids in Mina will not support night operations, for which most of these airlines, especially international airlines, would leverage on to come in, because there's scheduling and slot politics. It's huge in such a way that losing 5-10 minutes, talk less of moving from night to day by international civil aviation operations, is significant that no airline can contemplate having. I would share with you, Your Excellency, Oman Air paid $75 million to have a slot into Heathrow. And this is, of course, they want to take advantage of their passengers and to connect. So for you to operate the international airlines only daytime, I'm not sure if that is possible. Your Excellency, I want to close this statement before I come back for the questioning by saying that I am extremely very happy that this is happening. Why? Because it shows that this time around, Nigeria is getting it right. It's getting it right in the sense that things of public interest are discussed, not only on the street, or on pages of newspapers, or on television and radio houses or Twitter. They are also discussed at the highest level of conference of distinguished men and women of this country, representing 180 million people. The last time it happened, nobody discussed anything. So that impunity part of governance has been removed by this process. And by us allowing to begin to discuss this, which is also what is correct, it shows that we are very willing and open, and we are considering ourselves as one government, Your Excellency, I submit.
questions now, but let me just summarize so that I'll be able to direct our questions properly. It appears to me that from all the briefings so far is that the Minister for Aviation and Minister for Works, Housing and Power is saying that there's no alternative, that we have to close the airport for that period, and therefore it's being made to get Kaduna ready. The security sector have said that much. Then Julius Beja also has said that there's no alternative. The Nigerian Society of Engineers, where they differ is that they say smaller aircraft can land within the period. So I think that's where the gap remains. So let's try as much as possible to keep our questions within the limits of areas that have been resolved. Nala.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues. I will crave your indulgence because I want to try as much as I can to be a bit technical. Technical in the sense that, first, one of the reasons given by the ministry, and of course which has been anchored by my brother and learned friend, the Minister for Transport, Housing and all the paraphernalia together. You remember that we are under serious pressure, and I'm happy the minister himself has admitted that he has seen a lot of tweets and whatever. One of the primary responsibilities of Parliament is to see how we can reduce cost of governance. It is even more so now that we are going through this process. And that's why we said the idea of saying that Port Harcourt was closed for 1 year cannot be a justification to convince the Senate that Abuja must be closed for 6 weeks. The reason being that when Port Harcourt was closed, there was an immediate alternative, which is the military airport, and of course, Owerri was used as an alternate, and each one of us knows that the distance between Owerri to Obinze, to Umagbo, to Umapu, to all the places we know. Yes, to up to Iguruta is about 91 kilometers, Mr. President. So let us keep that aside. The second aspect I want to ask, Julius Baja has told us that there is no alternative because of safety, and that the airport has to be closed for 6 weeks. But they have equally told us that the work is for 6 months, which means during these 6 months, aircraft will still be landing with the debris that they are talking about. I don't know if I'm getting it correctly. Yes, so if this is the situation, what we are trying to engage is that I was thinking that the basis for determining the work pack for the airport will be determined by the statistics of the kind of equipment that operate out of Abuja Airport. I have done some little research too. Based on my limited understanding of the aviation industry, I have found out that BA uses Boeing 777. Takeoff distance and landing distance without what we refer to as maximum performance takeoff. Captain Usman is here. Can be done within 1.7. The airport in Abuja is 11,808 meters. That's what I have seen. So what we are saying is that if you disuse one side, just like the society engineer is suggesting, and then you leave it in such a manner that using maximum performance takeoff and landing available to this aircraft and making the runway available for landing and takeoff to operators, it is the decision of the operators to determine whether it is safe or unsafe. It's not your decision, and it has never been the decision of the authority to determine that. So I was thinking that disusing 22 and taking it to the level where at least you can take 737, which is being used by Egypt Air, for example, Kenya, and I don't know what Turkish use. I have never entered Turkish. But what is it? But Ethiopia use A320. So if you look at the statistics, this should determine the work path and how this should go. But I'm happy that the minister has said in the best of their wisdom and in the best of their thinking. We are not arguing. What we are saying is that if, for example, You are going to work for 6 months. You are only closing the airport for 6 weeks. It is only natural for us to assume that during that period, aircraft will be landing and taking off despite the bad state of the runway. That's my assumption. Because you are not closing the airport completely for 6 months. Then the second aspect that I said, Mr. Minister, is not only the Senate that appears to be uncomfortable with this position. You remember, even your minister here told us that it is not possible to disagree with government while serving as a minister. In my limited understanding of that statement is that if he had the opportunity and he was not a minister, he would have disagreed with you. I don't know if I'm getting it correctly. I'm so sorry, please. Then, Mr. Minister, what I will now ask is, can't we segment this work as suggested by the Society of Engineers in such a manner as to make one side of the runway disused and worked upon, and then you go in segmented improvements so that you, day by day, you are increasing the landing distance and taking off distance available. So that at least, because of the peculiarity of the airport, we do not shut it down completely for security purposes. I have always argued that yes, you can close Port Harcourt, but there was an alternative. Abuja, the only reason why we are concerned is that this is the seat of government. This is where embassies are. This is where all things that have direct effect on Nigeria takes place. And we are saying that in doing so, please, take this into account and see a way that you can balance between safety, which I have not been convinced yet, because as far as I'm concerned, if even the materials for the building of the airport, as we were told, were going to be freighted to Nigeria, and certainly they are not landing in Mina and they are not landing in Kaduna. So what that means is that these equipments are going to land in Abuja, in the same airport we are talking about. So please, if you talk to us this way, we want to be able to tell the public that we have done whatever is humanly possible to come to terms with what is reasonably obtainable in the circumstances in which we are operating. Thank you very much.
Please just take notes. We'll come back to you. Let's take as many comments as possible so that I'll be able to round up early today. Kaya.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, I'm Kabiru Gaya, represent the people of Kano South from Kano State. Mr. President, Allah has spoken as a professional, aviator. I'm an architect by profession and a fellow of Nigerians for Architects. Mr. President, I have heard of Julius Baja before I began to have contact with them as contractors in Abuja. I think the usual saying was that Julius Baja can do miracles, and that's why they're involved in many contracts. I remember the International Conference Center. The record time they did in that construction was amazing. I can't see any reason why you cannot plan the construction program that you can operate, you can do your construction, and at least also be able to let the window will be used. Take example, you can have 4 days of flying. Take Thursday, Friday evening to early Monday morning, and the flight resumes. And you can make that runway, finish it, clean the site, remove the debris on the site, and let the aircraft operate. Why we are saying this? See the budget the minister has mentioned, which is 1.1 billion extra to accommodate or to move to Abuja. I know from the budget of Ministry of Works, already we put Kaduna, Abuja for rehabilitation by FEMA and total reconstruction also separately. If you put this 1.1 billion, you can rehabilitate from Kaduna up to Kano.
with that 1.1 billion. And you can make the road now more travel for Nigerians. While you also organize your method of movement of your construction. So I believe that, Mr. President, I don't want to talk far on many issues like that. Our concern is not that the repairs is not needed. We badly need to repair the Abuja runway. Everybody has agreed in the Senate here, and even the Nigerians. So, Mr. Also Honorable Minister, to me, anytime I take a decision, and I believe that decision is good, I sleep well. But the Honorable Minister here told us that he has not been sleeping. So, Honorable Minister, please revisit your decision so that you can sleep well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I can see so many hands. If you're such patient, we'll take as many as possible. I have our names written down. Senator Mao.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished senators, my name is Senator Mao Aruko Huabunwa, representing the entire people of Abia North Senatorial District. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, before I ask my question, permit me to correct some perceptions. First, I'm happy you called the Minister of Works to order. We are representatives of the people. Security is primary, safety, as enunciated in Section 14, subsection 2, A, B, C, and that. So, the essence of even this meeting is predicated solely on security. Security is not only on air. We are talking about security of life and property. Because if you want to stop Abuja airport because of security, what about the movement from Abuja to Kaduna and vice versa, which is why actually we have brought police into it and given us a bill of almost 500 million. So I want it to be known that this Senate, as the most important arm of government, the security of life and property of Nigerians is paramount and critical. So let's note that. Then two, let me also thank my brother Hadi, but I want to correct the impression that at the time this decision was taken, the Senate and the Parliament was not put into consideration. It was a motion on this floor that made us invite them. So we should put it correctly that it's the Parliament that had made it possible for this discourse and this discussion to come on. They didn't put us into consideration ab initio, so it should be corrected. Having said that, if really we are just gathered here for fun, I will move a motion that either Owerri or Enugu Airport should be closed. Because if within 6 weeks you can repair Enugu Onitsha Road, repair Enugu Port Harcourt Road, bring police, bring clinics on the road, bring ambulances, what am I doing with airport? Then you should go ahead and close Enugu and Port Harcourt and Owerri Airport so that we can go by road. Because from what you've said, if within few weeks we can do all this, then why wasting our time? Then close all the airports and repair all the roads, put clinics on the road, put ambulance, put security, and what have you. I think Nigeria will be better off with that. But having said that, on another note, I thought that integrity test is based on, is timely. You don't wait until the airport is completely run down. I thought that you do your check routinely, and by the time you detect this, you repair them as maintenance. I don't think we need to wait until maybe one day we hear that all the airports are closed. So what I'm saying is that if today you have said that Abuja airport was meant for 20 years, but it's now about 14 years over that. So all we want to know is that what is the capacity, what is tenure for Kaduna Airport? What is the tenure for Abuja Airport? What is the time for Enugu Airport? What is the time for Port Harcourt? Because we might wake up one day again and come up with a situation that all these airports are closed. Because we don't just talk about Abuja Airport today. Why we are gathered here is because of the critical nature and position of Abuja Airport. So I want to align myself with the question of Nala. Because you told us here, Mr. Minister, that this job is for 6 months, but we'll do first 6 months and the job will continue. So all I'm saying is that if we will do 6 weeks and there's still job for 6 months. Why can't we follow the suggestion of NSE and Nigerian Society of Engineers? We can close the airport weekends if it's possible, 2-3 days, then we resume for another 4-5 days. We close for 3 days. I haven't said that. I want to ask Honorable Minister of Works. I'm privileged to be a member of the Committee on Works, and I know that Abuja Kaduna Airport was captured in 2016 budget, even without the closure of the airport. Kaduna Road, sorry, I mean Kaduna Abuja Road. And we're in the month of January 2017. And as I speak, you have not even procured that road, and nothing has happened. Must we wait until we get to an emergency situation? And I believe that if we continue this way, we will do shoddy jobs. Because this is you're saying 50 days, 10 days, 1 week. These jobs cannot be properly done. Can't we plan and do things, segment them, so that at the end of the day, we'll be proud as Nigerians that we have aimed one project and it will be done very well. So what I'm saying is that, why do we wait till now? And from what you've said, the job is yet to start and it will take 50 days. I don't agree with you. Then JB, how much is this project to you? And 2, how much will it cost us to do a complete runway? Don't forget that this runway today, not even you constructed, but I'm not talking of construction. I mean, you quoted, it was awarded to you to do a second runway, but we protested because the amount. So how can we believe you that this is not also, an attempt to through back door to get what you didn't get from the front door? Mr. President, these are my questions. Thank you.
Well, I want to appeal again that we'll keep our questions and comments simple and short, so that others will have a bite.
Mr. President, my distinguished and eminent colleagues, I ordinarily would have been very brief, but so much comments have been made about Port Harcourt Airport, and I thought that it is important that I share with this Senate the experience of Rivers people when we went through that horror called the closure of Port Harcourt Airport. That airport was closed. It was supposed to be for a limited period. We were to go to Owerri to board our flights and all that. Several families lost loved ones during that period. Several people were robbed. Several people were raped. Several people were kidnapped. And Rivers State government at the time, I was the Commissioner for Information in Rivers State. When the situation became so horrible and our people were crying, we brought out 2 billion naira, which we gave to the Federal Ministry of Aviation as a loan to fast-track the repairs of Port Harcourt Airport. The money was embezzled. Nothing was done with that money. We have never been able to recover it, and we continue to suffer until when it pleased those that were in charge of the project to finally deliver it at their own pace. So anybody who is using the experience of Port Harcourt and Rivers State as a justification for what we are doing now should be very careful, because that was not a good experience. Secondly, Mr. President, let me say that I am a bit worried, because it appears to me that we are gathered here in the stables after the horses have all escaped. It appears to me that a decision clearly has been taken. Monies have been spent, and that the train has left the station. And we are only running to the station after the train has turned the corner. And clearly, thank you, my distinguished colleagues. Clearly, it appears that what we're doing here is entirely an academic exercise. The mindset to close the airport and do what people needed to do was already there. The decision was taken
funds have been accumulated and expended, and halfway into this thing, we are now coming here and people want to act as if what we're going to say here will make a difference. Clearly, from what I'm seeing here, it appears that this thing is now on an irreversible gear because people had already made up their minds. But I want to say here that we are dealing with an issue that concerns the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and we are gathered here as representatives of the Nigerian people, and we must realize that there is nothing that we are doing that has only one way to achieve an end. There are several ways that we can go to solve this problem. We agree and we acknowledge that the need to repair this runway or to fix this runway is not debatable. But I want to appeal to my friend and brother, Hadi, Senator Hadi. I haven't seen him for a very long time. Now that I'm seeing him here today, let me again thank you and congratulate you on your appointment. But to appeal to you, my brother, that please keep an open mind. If there is any way we can reduce either the time that this airport is going to be closed, or to even create an alternative means of fixing this airport, just keep an open mind and listen to what we're saying. I believe that part of the challenge we're having here is that too much money has already been spent. And we need to be careful so that we don't even waste what has gone out. Because we need to find out exactly how much has gone so that we don't do what will be penny wise and pound foolish. But I believe that if we look for alternative routes to achieve the repairs of this airport, we can find it. But we have to have an open mind so we can find an alternative route. Thank you very much.
Mr. Colleagues, we are giving preference to those who didn't contribute last week. So if you raise your hand last week, so just to give us the opportunity. Yes, we'll take Solomon and then Joneno, then we'll refer back to them. We'll come back to everybody, don't worry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, my distinguished colleague. Let me start by commending Senator Nala, who have contributed from the technical point of view on behalf of the Senate, and also Honorable Senator Magnus Abbey, who have given us information either by extension or through closeness to the Honorable Minister of Transport that more money has been spent on this project already, and as such we should look inward to see ways by which we can accommodate in terms of timing or creating an alternative. Mr. President, let me start by saying this, and I want the Honorable Minister for State for Aviation and Julius Berger to clarify this before Nigerians. Yes. When the Honorable Minister appeared before us last week, he gave us an information that the initial runway was constructed to last for a period of 20 years. And as of today, it has exceeded by over 14 years. And when Julius Berger appeared before us, he's giving us assurance that the no runway to be repaired will only last for 10 years. That is assuring us that it will only last for 10 years and guarantee for 10 years. I want us to please clarify this. Are you doing this repair to last for another 10 years? And you even added a proviso that it will only happen through consistent maintenance of that particular runway. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, Nigeria Society of Engineers, I want to thank you so much. But I want to pick you on this. You informed the Senate that yes, there can be partial closure and that the job can be done in a segmented way. That from the mere scope of meeting you had with the stakeholders in the aviation sector, what you have found lacking is the managerial skill. We want you to expatiate on what that you witnessed on ground that led to that conclusion of the word managerial skill. Honorable Minister of Aviation, you did give us an estimate of 1.1 billion naira. It was 1.134. It said 1.134 billion as an estimated cost that for logistics, we want to know the actual cost. Yeah, because by the time we leave us now with this estimated cost, if the cost will grow to as much as 2 or 3 billion, there might not be any other opportunity for us to know how much was the actual cost that was expended as your logistics. Mr. President, distinguished colleague, I want us to know one thing. There is a Federal Executive Council meeting where decision has already been taken. Julius Baja, JB, who is the contractor, and who the contract has already been awarded to, by extension, is part of that decision. We cannot hear anything different from either the Minister of Works or Minister of Aviation or the Julius Baja. That is why I want to go in line with Senator Magnus Abi, that a decision, a firm decision has been taken on this matter, that they want to close the road and close it the wrong way, that anything we are saying here, they are listening to us, so they have formed their opinion already. My dear colleague, my question is this. Julius Baja, I want you to affirm to this Senate, this contract was here awarded to you at a sum of 5.8 billion naira. You must tell us. Secondly, Honorable Minister for Works, you inform this Senate that the cost of repairing the Kaduna-Abuja road is 1058 billion. But no dime has been paid yet to the contractors as of today. And the contractor are on site. Doing what on site? And you are telling us that this road will be closed for only 6 weeks. If at the end of the day, and you are still waiting on the procurement to be amended and your relevant committee to take decision so that you can be empowered to pay them 50%, which you know that the procurement does not allow. And as of today, maybe it takes us another 3 or 4 weeks for that approval to be sought and be given. I want you to explain to this Senate, what magic do you think you can put in place and achieve so that that 6 weeks that you are even emphasizing that you are going to take a decision on will not be extended? Thank you, Mr. President.
At the end of then we are done with this segment, then we can hear from them. Maybe the explanation may make it unnecessary for further questions. Let's hear from John Eno.
Mr. Chairman, my name is John Eno, Cross River Central. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be as brief as possible. First, Minister of State Aviation. How much of what distinguished Senator Magnus Abe said is true? How much of what is said is true? How much of what we are doing here is already a fait accompli? How open are you to the outcome of what the Senate is doing? That's number one. Number two, the expenditure that have been incurred so far, how did you get the authority to spend the money? Did the 2016 budget anticipate the closure of the Abuja airport and therefore all the expenditures that you have incurred so far?
Celestial observation.
Number three, and I ask this to the Nigerian Society of Engineers, how much information does the society have about the current state of the Abuja runway? That means, do you have any independent opinion as to the correct state, really? I mean, I agree. I mean, the time period is over. But the impression that is being created is as if we don't close this runway tomorrow, no plane can land anymore. I mean, the Los Vegas talks between repair and construction. And as two English words, I know what it is to repair, I know what it is to construct. Their work in the runway is repair. And therefore, it is important for us to also know, one, have an independent assessment and evaluation of the current state of the runway. Nigerian Society of Engineers, do you have it? Question number 4. What can go wrong with 6 weeks? What can go wrong with 6 weeks? I know Julius Berger has spoken here, and we have experiences. I mean, Port Harcourt Airport, lasted and lasted and lasted. So what can go wrong with 6 weeks? It's very important. Thank you.
We'll just get some response from them, and then we'll proceed if we need to. We'll take from the Honorable Minister for Aviation, we'll hear the Minister for Works, then Julius Berger.
Thank you for the opportunity once again, Your Excellency, and thank you, distinguished senators, and thank you, my friend and brother, Senator Magnus Abe. Congratulations. To God be the glory. Your Excellencies, I am going to take the questions not necessarily in the order that they came, but in the way that I jotted them and understood them, starting from the submission by distinguished Senator Na'Allah on the fact that it is up to the operator to decide whether he can go into an airport or not. The ultimate authority as to closing of airport and allowing of operations is deposited squarely, legally, and domiciled also legally and squarely in the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA. They decide whether an airport could be closed or open, whether there will be operations or not, whether it borders on safety or it does not. It is not up to the operator to do so. Perhaps he has either mixed the two or understood them differently. A commander of a flight, during the flight, is the ultimate and in terms of the operations of that particular flight in or out of an airport and could be guided. But as to closure or to allow operations is squarely in the hands of Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA. As to the questions or to the statements made by His Excellency, former Governor of Rivers State, as to whether he could argue in public or with me, I think the distinguished Senate still has the power to probably refer to him for explanation of his statements. But I know that he actually meant very well. And a lot of misconception, even in-house, within some of us had been put as to the importance of either second runway or opening it up and making reference to Gatwick. I did say here that Gatwick, it's in London. Heathrow is in London. City is in London. Luton is in London. Stansted is in London. And they're all runways and they're all within metropolitan London. So which means there are not less than 10 runways in London. While in Abuja we've got one. Regarding Port Harcourt and the alternate already at the time, Your Excellency, the Air Force, who owned the second runway in Port Harcourt, had refused flatly from the onset to accept international flights into that airport. They accepted some commercial or local airlines, and even that with certain conditions, and you have to go back and forth to ask for permissions from them to operate in and out of their airport, which is no one really, because it's a military airport. And the decision also to close that airport in Port Harcourt wasn't taken and debated, wasn't given 8 to 10 weeks for even people to get ready. As I said earlier on, the runway failed, and it closed itself, and we all moved to Owerri. Even the announcement by NCA gave only 2 weeks for people to take their equipment out of Port Harcourt for them to be able to continue the operations. As to operations of 777, Boeing 777 into Abuja, when it is reduced to 1.7 kilometers length of runway, I haven't had the opportunity as a person to fly those 777s, but I will have my doubt whether a 777 can actually operate safely into a confined, restricted area with 1.7 kilometer of runway, with 300 passengers, luggages, and fuel. And as to the question of 10 years, even though that could be answered by Julius Berger, what we had commitment from them, and I said it when I came here, is that minimum of 10 years after the rehabilitation, and of course it's normal that with regular maintenance. If you create something and you allow it within a year without maintenance, whatever it is may deteriorate. I think it's as simple as that. As to the question of having an open mind, from distinguished senator friend of mine, Senator Magnus Abe, of course, yes, I think he missed the last session. I did say that I do not have, neither does the ministry has monopoly of wisdom and knowledge, and we are open, and that's why we are here, and that's why we've been debating, and that's why we called stakeholders meeting 3 times, and we also discussed at various fora as to how to go about doing this, even though we are convinced that we've done our due diligence in-house and we're proceeding in that direction. However, knowing that we have limited wisdom, that's why we're here and that's why we're discussing. And in matters of safety, Your Excellency, which is the primary concern here, it is up to the agency responsible or the ministry responsible to decide in its operation what is safe and what is not. And the People's Parliament, for which this pilot chamber is, has the moral, constitutional, and social responsibility of intervening in the interest of the people to see that the right things are done and that the Nigerian nation is not shortchanged in the process. So therefore, as to the question from the distinguished senator from Lagos, whether this is the only opportunity that they can get us, no. If it were the only opportunity, I wouldn't have been called here twice. And also the distinguished Senate has the oversight responsibility constitutionally, either during, after, or even before the start, as they are doing right now. So I think you have a lot of opportunities to come to us. And you always find us very, very willing and very, very responsible to answer national call for which this is. As to the question, my brother friend, distinguished Senator Mao Hubanwa, who we were in the House of Reps together also, congratulations, Senator Mao, he had said quite a number of things, but one of them that caught me was the fact that we did not involve the distinguished Senate. Well, distinguished Senate as a whole, but we did invite distinguished Senate to our stakeholders meeting where everybody was invited, the airlines, the embassies, etc., etc. And 4 distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria attended that stakeholders meeting, where it was a process of about 3.5 hours of discussions and interaction between us and other experts. Then, Your Excellency, I think the Nigerian Society of Engineers also, I did say that during our discussions and interactions with them, between us and them, there was no disagreement as to the condition and as to how we intend to operate it. However, today, they brought this idea. I am going to see to Julius Berger to explain how is it possible that during the time that we are constructing this runway, there will be some landings and taking offs. But why is it that within 6 weeks, that critical 6 weeks, we have to shut down the runway? I had explained earlier on, but because it's squarely in their hands, I think I would cede it to them to say so, maybe to make more sense. And I did answer why Kaduna and why not Mina. And it came back up again. So probably I would say so again, just for emphasis. I did say that there are no landing aids. I did say that there was no terminal building. I did say that there was no immediate alternative. I did also say that there was no night facility, etc., etc. And also from our own understanding is that Mina is more remotely out of course, and the road is less followed by people, especially at night, and it has deteriorated more than Kaduna had done. So Kaduna, in fact, is a bit busier, and that luckily we had some provisions for Kaduna within the budget, for which the Ministry of Transport, Power Works and Housing is implementing. And then I agree also that, Your Excellency, and thank you very much, I agree that all of these airports should be rehabilitated. But as to the question that why did we wait until 14 years after the lifespan of this runway before we acted, I don't think it is totally true. I had been an advocate of the Abuja second runway since 1998. It's on record. It's in the papers. It's also on news. As a person, and I wasn't an agent of government at the time, and I continued, distinguished Senator Bala Ibn Allah, distinguished Senator Mahubawa, distinguished Senator Ahmed Law, etc., were in the House of Representatives, and distinguished Senator Emmanuel Bawacha, etc., when I led that campaign. Even distinguished Senator Eno was, at the time, a member of House of Representatives when I was on that case. But we have been maintaining this runway, and with a post-night closure that you don't know, it has just reached a stage where we can no longer save it. We've been following the principles of stitch in time saves 9, but unfortunately there had been too many stitches on that runway, and it is truly not safe anymore. And as to the question whether we should close it and do, like I said, we've said the reasons why we thought we should close it down, and we have provided an alternative. Your Excellency, just before I take my leave momentarily, I feel that Your Excellency, even though you had, in your wisdom which we share also, shut down the debate as to reasons why, we are daily facing challenges in that runway. If we begin to do it from the other side and progress, apart from the technical reasons that they gave, that we won't get the quality of the runway we want, we cannot guarantee the remaining portion of the runway as we progress. And this is very critical, and this is very important. And we keep having incidences day in, day out. We just had one 3 days ago, Your Excellency. And with these few words, I will take my leave and wait until you call me, sir.
All right, but distinguished colleagues, let's not miss the point. I think the major issue here,
Oh, budget. Yeah, budget, Your Excellency. Budget. Your Excellency, I was here last week, and I did say that the former administration has approved the sum of, at the time, 1.2 billion naira for the rehabilitation of this runway. However, they have not envisaged the depth of the deterioration of the runway at the time. So when we came, we had intended to do that type of maintenance without closing down the runway. However, we found that the depth has gone beyond that. And I did say that when we envisaged the repair work, we quantified it, and the Honorable Minister of Finance was asked to approach Your Excellency, which I did say earlier on, for supplementary environment of that amount of money to complement the 1.2 already approved. Thank you.
All right. As I was saying, I think the major issue here is whether the airport will be closed for that 6 weeks or not. I think that's so that let's not shift from the focus. So in that regard, I would like to invite Julius Beja to respond to the fact that you said flights can be coming and landing until that critical 6 weeks. So if that could happen, why not within that 6 weeks? I think that's the major issue now.
Your Excellency, distinguished senators. So just to repeat, also as the Minister of Aviation has said, if parts of the runway are disused, that means the other part remains in use for 1 or 2 years, there is the high risk that this part of the runway will fail and it shuts down itself. That's number one. Now I come to the 6 weeks and to the 6 months. Yes, the work for the whole scope takes 6 months. Apart from changing the asphalt, there are other works to be done. Electrical works, drainage works, markings, and so on. We worked out a program which needed or which requested the period for the closure of the runway to the barest minimum. And the scope there is when we are taking out the asphalt in the center line and bringing back the asphalt to the center line again. This takes 6 weeks, and this also brings me to the point, to the comment of one of the senators when he said, look, Julius Berger can do miracles. 1991, OAU Conference Center, and so on. I just want to give you 1 or 2 figures. The work there, it's a big work. 250,000 square meters of asphalt, or 81,000 square meters of asphalt reinforcement, which, by the way, was never used in Nigeria before. It's a new technology which we are bringing in to reinforce the capacity of the runway. We are working 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. I don't want to say that even this distinguished senator, it's the truth. I invite you from March for these 6 weeks to go together with me to see the progress of work. So I don't want to say that we achieve only a closure of 6 weeks is almost a miracle. This would be too much, but I think less is basically impossible. Now, I was also asked to state or to confirm how is the award of the contract. Yes, the price is 5.8 billion naira. We have received a letter of award. We have accepted the letter of award. The contract is not yet signed. The formal process is on. I also want to make one correction. The runway is 35 years old. It was not built by Julius Berger. And it's also not that Julius Berger had in the past a contract to maintain this runway. That's not correct. And yes, I repeat what I said before. With this method of our proposal, we guarantee a minimum lifespan of 10 years. That's only possible because of this new technology, this asphalt reinforcement which we are bringing in. We have to fly it in with charter planes. But the whole thing is subject to regular maintenance. The third point, yes, 2010 we were awarded for some work at the airport. It was, the scope at that time was navigational aids, power supply, water system, upgrade of the safety systems, and also the construction of the second runway. We were awarded the contract. The price at that time was around 50 billion naira. Later on, the award was revoked. The last question which I want to respond, which I think was a very important question, when the distinguished senator asked, what can go wrong in these 6 weeks? I think that's an important thing. Number one, procurement of materials. The 6 weeks are only feasible if the materials which are needed are here. The imported materials and the local materials. Our risk mitigation to that is we are chartering 2 huge cargo airplanes who bring in the material from Europe, and we are in discussions with the government to fast-track the clearing of this material. Secondly, what can go wrong? Equipment and plant failure. Our mitigation for that is that we have for all pieces of equipment a backup, spare parts. We have raised our stock of spare parts to be prepared for everything. And the third thing, which I think is an important thing, we have a cooperation with all the major players in the construction industry, because we don't want to put all eggs in one basket. We have to diversify the risk. And the biggest risk, what can go wrong, if the work does not start immediately, or let's say on March 8, there's a high risk that we move into the rainy season, and as everybody knows, in the rainy season you can't do asphalt work. That means if you don't start immediately, the work has to be suspended till the next dry season, which is end of this year. I think I have responded to everything.
Yes, as the question from Senator Gaya, he said whether you could do the works only on weekends and then planes can fly during the week. Is it possible?
No, I want to come back when I tried to explain before. If we work 3 days or 4 days and then open it 2 days, we still have a fragmented runway at the end. We don't have a monolithic structure. So these 6 weeks, we cannot, for the 6 weeks, the runway has to be closed to ensure the technical integrity.
Okay. So, colleagues, still we are supposed to get the Minister for Works and the Nigerian Society of Engineers to respond. Their work, their presence here is only related to the issue of going to Kaduna and coming back. I think the most important thing for us here is whether the closure can be averted. So, which it doesn't have an answer. Senator Gamade, you're an engineer, a civil engineer.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. My name is Barnabas Gamade. I represent Benue Northeast Senatorial District. Mr. President, I want to touch on a few issues, technical issues presented by Julius Berger. I do not expect that they will easily just agree with what I'm saying, but the points are technical and they are very clear. First of all, planning this rehabilitation in the manner that has been done was not correct in the first instance. Now, this whole big talk about imports of 2 cargo planes from Europe to bring in chemical stabilization for asphalt, to bring in drainage material for the underlaying sections of the runway, to bring in cable work for the lighting and communication on the runway were not necessary for this maintenance. They were not necessary for this maintenance. Conventional maintenance could have been carried out using all local materials here without having to disturb the drainage materials right down there when the rock bases were being produced, when the sub-base was being prepared. The drainage sections are there. I don't think they have damaged to a point where you say you rip them off all and bring new plastic pipes from Europe. And then the cable work. What has happened to the cable work? That you now need to uproot all the cable work and relay it now. I know it's necessary when you want to do a full class upgrading of that runway, which we don't need 10 years of lifespan for this maintenance. What we need is a maintenance that will give us a sufficient leeway to construct a second runway. And for a contractor who is willing to cooperate with this nation to build a second runway here at the optimum cost, and not a 64 billion naira second runway. We need to have We need to be able to take decisions here by ourselves. We do not need people from other parts of the world to come and dictate to us how we should run this country. And this is the problem of this nation. We are totally dependent on other parts of the world to come and tell us how to run this nation. We need to have a tailored maintenance based on local materials, based on phased maintenance work as prescribed by the Nigerian Society of Engineers to do this work. Even if you needed to uproot the rock foundation of this runway in certain sections of it, the work can still become patronized in a manner that you can do it in a phased manner, using 2 or 3 days in a week to do any particular spot. This issue of debris, it has already been contradicted by the same company. If you are going to be doing the work for 6 weeks, for 6 months, what about those other times that you are going to work? Won't you have debris? You should clean the debris. You should bring in, air pumps to clean up the debris and push them away. Because you cannot have construction equipment on the runway when you are going to shorten it or whatever section of it you are going to use. But what we have heard here are things which people have already planned and agreed they will do, and they just want to force us to do it. Agreed in the past, they have done it.
So let them do it.
But this time, I think Senate has stepped in. I said before, I was Minister of Works, and I understand some of these issues. We must be willing to be acceptable to second opinion on issues and carry them out. That is my submission.
Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. My name is Binta Masi Garba, Adamawa North Senatorial Zone, Adamawa State. An expert in the aviation industry has spoken. An architect has spoken. I think a concerned Nigerian has to speak, and I fall in that category. So I just want to ask two to three questions. One to us as parliamentarians, and the other questions to the Ministry of Aviation and that of its agency. Is it not an indictment to the Ministry of Aviation and that of FAN, who obviously are saddled with the responsibility of maintenance? And if we have a project that has a lifespan of 20 years and overshot it with even 14 years, with a directorate on the FAN that ought to see to the maintenance of our runways. So it is an indictment to that ministry and that agency. To me, obviously, probably, they are not doing what is right in terms of their professional background. Secondly, sir, we need to get this issue straight. Are we maintaining, are we repairing, or are we constructing? Those are the three key areas that we need to get our act together. Lastly, sir, even this morning, there was a submission before this Hollow Chamber by the committee chair on finance on our medium-term framework. And with the little knowledge I understand by medium-term framework is that you must have a lifespan on a project between 3 to 5 years. And if we as parliamentarians have the power of the purse and we have to oversight, those are the key areas where we have to look at the medium-term framework, fuse it into the activities of all those MDAs to now know if they are in accord, working in tandem with the medium-term framework that we passed in this National Assembly. Thirdly, sir, to that of the security. So in Kaduna, there is a forest called Kamuku Forest, which is very close to the airport. Now, when we are talking about this kidnapping, the police boss that was here made mention of that. How effective are they going to sweep this Kamuku Forest? Because that's one area again. As of yesterday, there was even an armed robbery on that area. And thirdly, sir, is it only what is the preparedness of the police force in terms of the manpower? Because from Kaduna Airport even to Abuja is relatively about 180 kilometers. Does it mean that at what points will these security agencies be stations? So those are the key things that we need to do. So to me, it is an indictment fund, not for her on that maintenance. But we need to get the clarity, just like what Senator Barnabas made mention, that are we now maintaining? If it is maintenance, there are some certain materials which we were told here ought not to be in the maintenance but in the construction, probably on the second runway. Thank you very much.
Again, let me also appeal that we keep our contributions short so that others will have a bite. And then if somebody has said what you wanted to say, you can also excuse them. Senator Gobil.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Distinguished colleagues. First, I would like to say that our discussion, as you mentioned, is actually centered on the issue of whether the airport should be closed for 6 weeks or not. And this is exactly where I'm going on. Professionally, I believe, or whatever Nigerian Society of Engineers says, that there is no need to close the airport. There is need for us to segment it so that we can do this in segmented form. That is my advice. And therefore, the Honorable Minister should open his horizon with all his team so that they can accept this idea. The second question, I have one question going to the Julius Berger. One, that is, first, I want to say that in Frankfurt in 2005, they are Germans. They know what happened in Frankfurt Airport, which is owned by Fraport. What happened was that they actually reconstructed and renovated 2 runways, north and south runways. And they took them, how many days? They did not shut that airport for even 1 day. They have been operating at night. They used 7.5 days, 7.5 hours of the night to do the job. And this has been perfected. It has been done correctly. The runway, that is the length, is 4 kilometers length and 60 meters wide. This is actually there. If you look at it, you can find out that. So I don't think there is any need for us looking at this way, because they are Germans. I'm definitely sure if they were to be in Germany, they would not have advocated that idea of switching off the runway or closing it down for 6 weeks. Thank you very much.
Senator Hassan Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mohammed Hassan. I represent Yobe South. I don't want to be an alarmist, but I would like to say I plied this road yesterday from Kaduna to Abuja, and I want to say that I witnessed 4 accidents where human lives were lost and cattle. Just yesterday. Yes. And I did not see any staff from road safety. In fact, knowing very well that we'll be coming for this interactive session with the ministers, I took special interest to see what was going on in terms of the security arrangement. Inspector General of Police, I would like to inform you that I counted the number of vehicles, police vehicles on that road, and I saw only 2 police vehicles on that road. That is, and the road construction has started, and you need to see the traffic, because And I mean, traffic has been diverted from one side of the road to the other. The traffic is very, very heavy. There are no signs of diversions and all that. So people are just driving. So I'm just concerned whether this aspect they were saying they are adequately prepared for. The other part is that I would like to raise this issue again with the Minister for Aviation to say he has not satisfactorily answered this part of this question of this budgetary provision. I mean, he just said there was a supplementary budget, which we have not seen. So I think there is the need to get him back to clarify on this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We'll take a mark again, then we'll get back to them, then come back to the next round.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Uvi Omuagege, Delta Central Senatorial District. Mr. President, let me begin by aligning myself with everyone who has made the case for segmental repairs. But Mr. President, I won't take too much of your time. I only have one question which is going to be directed at the Minister for Aviation. Listening to everybody who's spoken, including them, especially Julius Berger, it's become very, very clear to me, Mr. President, that their mind is made up. Just like Senator Abe had said, it doesn't appear that there's anything we're going to say here that will change their mind. But having said that, I'd like to find out, Mr. President, if any opportunity was given to any other competent and capable contractor to determine whether or not these repairs and or construction can be done in a segmental manner. It does appear to me, Mr. President, that they just settled on Julius Berger, and it's everything and anything Julius Berger has said is what they have taken, swallowed the hook, line, and the sinker. So we need to know if there's any other competent contractor out there who will be able to do what the Nigerian Society of Engineers have said. Then we have not seen that. So that's my question, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity.
Great response from the Minister for Aviation, the Julius Berger, and then police. But before that, just give me 1 minute. Let me just get a document. Let the record show that Senator Tinubu is guarding the chair.
Let him give him close back.
No, Senator Tinubu is guarding the chair. You are protecting the chair.
No, protecting him. This one.
That one, you want that one? No. I think now we can see. It's Senator Tinubu is acting the script of Senator Okpabio.
No, I'm supporting.
Senator Tinubu is acting the script of Senator Okpabio.
we welcome back the Senate President. Let the record show that while you were away, the Senator from Lagos Central very fiercely guarded your chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable Minister of Aviation.
Your Excellency, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, once again, thank you very much for affording me this opportunity, which is unique, to be able to speak to Nigerian people through this all-important chamber. As to the question of whether we did actually invite other companies, yes, we did. The companies that bidded or participated in the bidding process and procurement process were PW, CCECC, CGC, Gilmo, JB, and TAC, even though TEC was disqualified in the process at some point by Bureau for Public Procurement. It's the question of the security of Kaduna and environs. I did say earlier on, Your Excellency, that the city of Kaduna and indeed the state, like any other part of this country, has a government in place, local, state, and federal, each and every one of them carrying out his constitutional responsibility of protecting lives and property. All we are doing is further indulging because we have this sense of responsibility that are causing some disruptions. We are causing people to go to where they don't want to go to, and we feel we are responsible to further ensure that there is safety and security within areas of operations. As to the definition of the kind of work we are doing, whether it is repair, rehab, whatever, resurfacing, and so on, I did say in my earlier submission before this distinguished Senate that is complete rehabilitation of the entire structure, entire architecture of this runway, affecting, of course, and not limited to all the cabling and so on, which JB, I think, might make reference to. As to the very important question of appropriation, I also did say that there was provision and there was appropriation of 1.2 billion which was approved by the former government, which was to be released. And I did say also that the Honorable Minister of Finance had been asked to forward to this important assembly of men and women the request either through buyment or supplementary, which I believe she has done. And the good news is that Your Excellency, the Senate President, did say, and it is the opinion of the Senate, that the question is not as to the work should be done, but the question as to whether the airport should be closed. So I believe that when it comes here, it will receive your gracious blessings. Your Excellency, some of these things that are unforeseen, and relating to the question of whether the procurement has started, indeed it ought to start, because we think that we should take advantage of the rainy season. Because also, the fact that if we, in our opinion, maybe we think in future somebody within the process will ask questions or will come for oversight or will ask us for explanation, we will not fold our arms and wait before we can continue to exercise our own executive responsibility, which is given by the Constitution, which also is being adequately oversighted by this distinguished Senate and the House of Reps. So having known this fact ab initio, we think is morally responsible, socially correct, and even constitutionally allowable for us to continue to exercise our own executive function in an anticipation that at any point in time we are open, we are available for the scrutiny of this important gathering of men and women of this our nation, the distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I think, Your Excellency, with this few, I have answered questions that related to me. I thank you very much once for the opportunity.
Julius Berger.
Yes. As to the question of indictment of Federal Ministry of Aviation and now Transportation, as to regard to why would we wait until when the runway has gone 14 years in excess of its lifespan, I thought I had dealt with it adequately in my earlier statement before the Senate in the last submission. However, I'm quick to say that we have been doing the best that we can to maintain this runway in these extra 14 years to a point where it is allowable safely to operate within this airport or on this particular runway. The question that is tangentially attached to this one is a reference made to the Frankfurt airport, where a certain company, Fraport, I think from Frankfurt and Fraport, they have circulated within social media, especially WhatsApp, that they were maintaining their runway without closing the airport. Yes, they wouldn't want to close the airport. The reason being, they have alternative runways there that are landing and taking off within the particular airport. The peculiarity of Abuja is the absence of the second runway, for which during the last discussion in this Senate last week, the Senate was available, and they are not averse to having us have money to operate and establish a second runway in Abuja. Thank you very much indeed.
Julius Berger.
Excellency, distinguished senators, to my paper, two issues are still open. The comment, also what the Honorable Minister of Aviation just said, Frankfurt, yes, there are four runways right now, and to refer to the work in the year 2005, which was done, the difference was that there were spot repairs. And this is also what I tried to explain right at the beginning. If there are spot repairs, then it can be done in the night, and during the day the runway can be used. So, but here in Abuja, it's far beyond spot repairs. And the other thing remaining open, where I think I have to respond to the comment of the distinguished Senator Gemade about why is Julius Berger dictating. I did not really understand it. The way I see it, the client is the federal government through ministries, through agencies, through parastatals like FAN, which I believe is 100% Nigerian owned. The contractor, Julius Berger, is a Nigerian contractor. 84% of the shares are in the hand of Nigerians. If it was addressed to me as a person, yes, I am an Austrian citizen, and I'm a staff of Julius Berger, a proud staff since 27 years. I'm working for a Nigerian company, Julius Berger, and I can assure I'm a very passionate engineer, and I am very far from dictating and so on. And anyway, I think government would never allow that people like me are trying to dictate anything. So, apart from that, I think I have no more things to respond.
Before that, the police raised the question regarding one particular forest in Kaduna.
Your Excellency, the Senate President, distinguished senators, the Kamuku forest is the forest that I've just described that span from Zamfara to the Birnin Gwari and coming towards Katari and also locked into Niger. And this forest, we've realized, like I said, there are bandits that are armed and usually come out to attack, to kidnap for ransom. That template, like I said, we've collaborated with the military now, and we have decided not just to stand by the Lord, but what we're doing and what we shall be doing from this time is to take the fight inside, to try again to push them out, because most of them were pushed out as a fallout from the exercise that took place in Zamfara. Like I said, this particular assignment falls under my responsibility, and the Inspector General of Police have been very clear on a daily basis. We've had to identify the forces we're going to be used, and the assurance is that you are going to see them right on ground. They are not going to be responsible for responding to distress call in the forest, but these ones are going to be stationed, and places where they are will be made public. We'll also get some telephone lines and share them out, and also close supervision. We cannot afford to have the place porous for crime like this to happen. We may not be able to say 100%, but definitely we'll give a good account of ourselves, and I think also that we'll do it the way we've been doing, and we'll do it better.
Senator Hussaini. General Hussaini.
Yes, sir. I'm Senator General Jeremiah Tombutu Seni, representing Plateau South, former Minister of Transport and Aviation. I've been complaining right from the beginning, but things like this, we should know those who were doing those things before and give the opportunity to speak. I'm happy you allow me to speak. Throughout my time as Minister of Transport and Aviation, because it was combined, now that it's split, but I combined all at that time. We had some accidents. Those accidents were not as a result of bad runways, but the fall of the pilots, sometimes weather. We have accident in Port Harcourt, we have accident in Lorry, when we are training some pilots there, we have accident in Keja. All those were either bad weather or to follow the pilots. And those that are found them guilty, I sack them. Because now they don't sack. That's what's happening. Now for this one, all we want is to say that, look, can this thing be stopped or reduced even to the barest minimum? If the Rebecca agrees that this can be done piecemeal, I'm sure the minister is not arguing that it cannot be done piecemeal. And if that thinking is so why do we restrict to that? We can't just say because we have ordered the contract, of course the Rebecca have got the contract, we won't allow them to reduce it anyway. Reduce by one day, we reducing the cost of the contract. I know the Rebecca very well. But honestly, this can reduce. There are a lot of construction, a lot of repair going on in overseas countries. They don't close their airports. So that's what I want to emphasize on. For the Minister of Aviation to look at it again. That's 6 weeks to close down Abuja Airport is not right. Thank you, sir.
Your Excellency, Chairman of this session, my name is Senator Sani Ubod. I'd like to say that from my observation of whatever has been going on here, Senator Abe captured it very well. It does appear that we are just involved in an exercise in futility, because from all the responses we have gotten from the executive arm of government that is here to consult with us, their mind is made up on what they want to do. And I'd like to say that that should not be the case. The parliament should be able to have a position which the executive should implement. It is wrong for us to come here and be told that the contract is already awarded. Meanwhile, we don't have a budgetary provision for that contract that is awarded. We have just been told that there is a supposed supplementary budget or environment that is yet to come. When the Procurement Act clearly stipulates that you cannot award a contract unless there is money that is provided for that particular contract. That is point number one. Number two, I'd like to say that the advantage that we have in this parliament is that we have men who have been in similar positions as some of them in executive are now. And we also have the advantage of those who are properly trained in the exercise for which we are all gathered to discuss. I don't think anybody will underrate the person of Engineer Barnabas Gamadi when he's talking about the construction of runways anywhere in the world. And I also want, I'm just giving an example. I also want to say that if what we are doing here is supposed to be to the advantage of Nigerians, then those who are not involved in government, like the Nigerian Society of Engineers, they have been able to come and brief us here properly on what they know. And as far as I understand, what they have told us here is the position, not just on the technical aspect of what is required for the job that we are expecting, but also on the position of Nigerians as to the closure or non-closure of this runway for the period that we are talking about. So, I would like to go back to some of the things that have been said here by my colleagues, that the executive had better understand that there is supposed to be a very strong collaboration between the executive and the legislature in decision making as it concerns Nigerians. And for the closure of this runway that we are talking about, I think that it is technically wrong. Economically, it is not to the advantage of Nigerians that we close any runway in any part of Nigeria in a period where we are saying we are in recession. If we are in recession, we should be open and allow, the least we should do is to allow as much trade as is possible within and outside Nigeria. So I want to sit by saying that the final thing I have to say is that the position of the Nigerian Society of Engineers is what we canvass, and that is what I think that the executive should be able to have a second look at before any decision. And of course, I know that when they go, the parliament will still have to take its own position and make public the position of parliament as far as this matter is concerned. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Minority Leader.
Yeah, Mr. President, the chair, distinguished colleagues, at the period you are calling me now, it looks like all the things I would have said had already been said. So just to thank you for the opportunity, calling me to adopt all my colleagues have said. But to just mention that, quite unfortunately, that a rule like that thing I told you that my uncle had on the wall of his clinic. He said, if rape is inevitable, why don't you relax and enjoy it? From what Senator Abe said, it would look like monies have already been disbursed, and the planning was not tailored towards our discussion, was tailored towards the 6 weeks closure. But probably, I would like to align myself with what all of you have said, that we take all into cognizance and appeal to the ministry to ensure that within those 6 weeks, we should not pass and go to 7, 8, 9 weeks. No, that's not your position. That's not your position. I'm saying in the event that money had been disbursed, and that work. EFCC cannot stop the cargo plane from landing with the equipment. So I just want to say that we should all go back and think very deeply in the interest of Nigerians, and the uppermost thing there is the interest of safety. Because if a plane should crash at the airport and we lose lives, what we are discussing here, 6 weeks is nothing for somebody to wait to be alive. That's my submission. I thank you all.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. My distinguished colleague. Mr. President, my distinguished colleague, Senator Isa Hamma Misau, representing Bauchi Central. Mr. President, I want to align myself with all the things said by my colleagues. But first, I want to say my stand. I want to give my stand here that I don't support the closing of this airport, even if it is for 24 hours, because I have read from so many books, or I have seen from so many places that there is not a single country, because we are talking about seat of power. This is the federal capital where all the diplomats, where the president, where the Senate president, deputy Senate president, and all important dignitaries are. This is the seat of power. Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, my first question is, I think the best way to handle this is let us continue to use this runway since the airlines, they are not complaining, so that we open. Yes, Mr. President, the airlines are not complaining. They are not complaining. The only people that are complaining is the aviation ministry. And if we are going to put it to vote, by what we are seeing, if we are going to put it to vote, this is democracy. You will find out that majority of us, we don't want to close this airport. And the second one is, if you look at these 6 weeks, the economic activities, what we are going to lose from the closing of this airport is going to run into billions. Then my own, the one that last time the Minister of Aviation, when he came, he was talking about transporting people to Kaduna. And if you look at the statistics, every day we have more than 5,000 people leaving Abuja to other destinations. And it's not realistic for somebody to tell me that he can take care of 5,000 people to Kaduna to and fro. And if you look at even the delays we are having with the airlines now, you will find out that if they are going, there is no person that can go to that airport within 3 hours, unless if you are going to use Sarin. You cannot reach Kaduna airport from Abuja under 3 hours. And no international airline will operate from Kaduna. That one is basic. We are just deceiving ourselves if we tell you that the international airlines will start operating from Kaduna. So if you look at 3 hours going to Kaduna, then maybe with the kind of delay Arik is having, you will go to airport, Arik will delay for 8 hours. That means you will end up sleeping in Kaduna. Then let me come back to where I know so much. That is the security. No any security organization will tell you that they are ready to safeguard Kaduna from Abuja to Kaduna airport. Let me give you an example. The main people that are supposed to safeguard this place is the police. And right now, we all know it. We are just deceiving ourselves if we don't know it. Right now, the police, the morale of the police is so down, they are not doing the right thing. Because recently, a commissioner of police, assistant commissioner of police, committed suicide. What is the reason for committing that suicide is frustration. Because of, yes, I'm coming. My distinguished colleagues, it is not something to begin to laugh. Because the police now is engaged in giving special promotions to people that are genius. Like now, the people you promoted, you gave special promotion from, for example, you gave special promotion to ADC to vice president. Are you going to put him on that road? Most of the people working on that road are people that have nobody. You give special promotion for political favors. Out of all the IGs we had, is there any IG that got special promotion? Nobody. The representative of the IG here is DIG operation. Has he ever gotten special promotion? I know he right when he was Mopo commander at Port Harcourt. So what you are doing here has demoralized
the officers, they are not doing the work. No matter what you do, if you put people on that road, they will not work. And again, Mr. President, if apart from president and the vice president, anybody can be kidnapped on that road. Anybody. Because the reason why I'm saying Senate President over number 3 citizen, because you don't have the ability to kill people and pass. This Shiite that we are playing with, we have not resolved the issue of Shiites. If you see the reason how they blocked the chief of army staff, he had to kill so many of them to pass. You as a Senate President, can you kill somebody and pass? You cannot kill because you are representing the people. You cannot kill. Therefore, I am telling you that anybody can be kidnapped. Even yesterday, a lot of people were kidnapped on that road. Even today. So what we are saying, and again what we are saying, look at our diplomatic community. Are you going to tell me that if the ambassador of maybe US, for example, he wants to travel to his country, he will use this Kaduna road, go to the airport, from there he will have delay of maybe 7 hours before he can connect, go on this thing. Even our president, can he follow that road? Our president cannot follow that road. And if he's going to use helicopter is a risky form of transportation. And today, Mr. President, I think we have to put our stand. I don't like the idea where senators say already the executive, they have taken a stand. We are representing the people. We have to make our stand. We have to make them change that attitude. If money has been disbursed, we have EFCC, we have this thing that can collect back our money. Let them return the money that has been disbursed. Therefore, while our stand, let us not be scared of saying that they have taken stand. That is not. We are representing the people and we should make our own stand known. Because by closing this airport, we are all risking our life. Me, I don't have money to give kidnappers. Unless, of course, if there is any provision that will be made for me to give somebody this thing. Because even me as a northerner, I schooled in Zaria for 7 years. Anytime I want to fly that road is with prayers. I have to control my people with prayers. Talk less of somebody that is not used to that road. So, Mr. President, let us make our stand.
Senator Dino.
Mr. President, my respected colleagues, I do not know why, by our actions and inactions on the floor of this Senate, the situation in this country always wants to make me cry. Thank you very much. Mr. President, my colleagues, anything that has no alternative is satanic, is nefarious, is barbaric, is ungodly, and should not be entertained. Mr. President, the Almighty God, who is the supreme controller of the universe, had situations where he changed his mind. A very typical example is the story of Zechariah, whom by change of heart, God added 15 years. Hezekiah added 15 years to his life. I appeal to the Minister of Aviation to please change his mind. Mr. President, Julius Berger. Mr. President, if we continue to indulge Julius Berger and their likes in this country, we will go back to the days where our cherished values and institutions, corporate organizations have become moribund. Today, Mr. President, where is Kingsway? Where is Leventis? Where is Tolerance? Where is UTC? Where is Batashaw? all because of indulging dangerous alternatives. Today, ShopRite is already building local government by local government. We have to be very, very careful. This edifice, the Nigerian Senate, we are sitting. Julius Berger requested for 100 billion naira during Abacha to build the National Assembly complex, while former Jerry Boy General Husseini was FCT minister. But Abacha refused, and this place was constructed for 5 billion naira. General, you can attest to that fact. Mr. President, from the way the MD of Julius Berger spoke this morning, he was talking about
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, given the very important and significant discussion and interaction we are holding here, and the need for more time to enable us to complete this exercise, I move that we suspend Order 13. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to second the motion moved in a very sagacious manner by the leader of the Senate, that in view of the very important discussion we are having that has to do with the lives of Nigerians, the life of the President and your good self, and the lives of the Minister of Aviation, and all of us, that we do extend the time by the motion moved by the leader above 2 o'clock to enable us to do justice to this discussion. I so second.
Dear colleagues, those in support that will sit beyond 2 o'clock say aye. Those against saying the ayes have it. Well, please let me just also appeal. Let's keep our contributions simple so that we'll be able to round up.
Mr. President, my distinguished colleagues, Order 69 says that except as hearing provided, no senator shall bring any stranger into any part of the Senate when the Senate or the Committee of the Whole or the Committee of the Senate is meeting. Mr. President, I believe that if we are finished with the questions with the visitors and we are now debating the issues, perhaps it may be appropriate that we ask them to leave while we carry on that debate. But if we are still asking them questions, then maybe we should suspend the debate and finish with the questions.
Well, your point is noted, but I think the point is going to make that if we have questions, direct questions, we should please focus it. Then if we want to make, to provide an opinion, we should also make it as concise as possible.
Mr. President, my colleagues, I also want to say that while the proposal by the Inspector General of Police has been made for the provision of 3 helicopters, I want to say these helicopters will only take care of the bourgeois and few ministers to Kaduna. We should be more interested in the Talakawas, the Mekunos, and the have-nots in our society. I also want to say, Mr. President, my colleagues, that going by what transpired in the construction of the second runway ab initio, where Julius Berger proposed 64.5 billion, I moved that motion then. We are aware that airport has been built in Akwa Ibom, in Jigawa, in Delta, in Bauchi, in Gombe, for far less. I want to say, now giving these contracts to Julius Berger, even before I conclude on that, Mr. President, I seek the indulgence of my colleagues that from the presentation of the MD of Julius Berger,
It was swimming between reconstruction and repairs. But it had more strength on reconstruction. I want to say, is it not going to make more sense for this Senate to gravitate towards the construction of a second runway at a very holy price? And if we are looking for holy price, then we definitely will not be looking towards the direction of one who have proposed 64.5 billion ab initio that we cancelled. I think this Senate should take very serious cognizance of that. I also want to say that the runway that has failed now was operated for 34 years before now, and the lifespan was 20 years. I do not know why the construction you are trying to make now will only serve 10 years, while the first one was to serve 20 years. And I also want to say that the asphalt used for the runway that have lasted 34 years was not imported or lifted into Abuja. I'm sure it was our own local asphalt that was used. So I want to begin to ask, what is the difference of what you are bringing and what is obtainable here in Nigeria, especially in a change government that we are advertising and calling for local content and local participation in construction? And we're talking about made in Nigeria. Mr. President, the Nigeria Society of Engineers, I want to ask that God Almighty will bless you roundabout. If I were to be a woman, I would have donated myself to the organization. Mr. President, we must respect our own. We ask the Minister of Aviation and indeed the Federal Ministry of Aviation to liaise with NSC with the possibility of taking a position that will not move us out of Abuja. But apparently, what happened was not the kind of negotiation we instructed. It looks to me that already there's a conclusion. But I want to say that the issue of this movement to Kaduna or not, it is not an obituary. It's not dead. It's very, very alive. And I also disagree with my colleagues who say perhaps there is already a conclusion. That is undermining the powers, integrity of the parliament. Even if you are on conclusive stages of this project, we have by the constitution the powers to stop it. And that must be exercised and exercised openly. Finally, Mr. President, I want to ask, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, that what the minister spoke, everyone who spoke here, did not talk about the availability of jet fuel. We want to know, have NNPC assured you that jet fuel will be available for airlines in Kaduna? We know that apart from Owando, today there is limitation in the supply of jet fuel used by aviation, by airlines. So now we are moving to Kaduna. Are we sure that jet fuel will be available for use in Kaduna? And Ministry of Aviation, we will rather trust the Nigeria Society of Engineers over your experts, because the aviation experts constructed the runway in Lagos and forgot to even put lightnings. It was after the construction, I'm talking about the 18 left, the construction of the 18 left runway in Lagos. It was after the construction that they remembered and started chiseling the runway to provide lightning for the runway. So we will rather want to say that we have respect, we have confidence in the Nigerian Society of Engineers, and we must support them and to bring local content to whatever we are doing in this country in terms of construction. That is the way to move, that is the way to respect our own, than supporting
a foreign company that is wearing green, white, green for the purpose of development in this country as so submit.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Distinguished colleagues, I am Senator Benga Jafar, representing Lagos Senatorial District. Mr. Chairman, I will abide by your appeal that we ask our questions straight, and I would only zero in on 2 questions. Mr. Chairman, so that we won't be solving one problem and creating another one, I want to be convinced, or rather, I want the Minister for Aviation, my brother, Senator Hadi, to let Nigerians know if Kaduna Airport itself is very safe. Have you conducted all tests that will adduce or confirm the integrity of that airport, even for that short period that we are going to use? What is the lifespan of Kaduna Airport itself? Is the runway okay by all standards? Even if we agree that Abuja Airport be shut down, are we really safe landing in Kaduna Airport? Talk less of the security issues. My brother, Senator Sani, mentioned last week that a certain group called the Association of Kaduna Abuja Kidnappers wrote him that they will welcome the number of dignitaries that will be flying that road, and they want to be sure that they will meet force by force the Nigerian police or whatever enforcement agency that we are going to put there. On this note, I want us to be very, very careful. There is no dispute that we have a problem at hand, and what is primary is the safety of lives and property of an average Nigerian. Yet, we must ensure that in taking whatever decision we are taking, we all agree to hold that constitutional provision. The NSC, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, the NSC, I am thinking that the ministry should try as much as possible to co-opt the NSC into whatever arrangement that they are having, so that we can all stay on the same page. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. My name is Senator Lanrewaju Tejuosho, representing Ogun Central, Ogun State. So many things have been said today, but I am more bothered about where we are going, the conclusion. Honorable Minister informed us that he had a stakeholders meeting, and I believe the purpose of the stakeholders meeting is to arrive at a conclusion. So I would like to know if the contributions of all the people present at that stakeholders meeting is the closure of this airport. I would like to know because I went out of my way to ask some of the participants in that stakeholders meeting. The Nigerian Society of Engineers, today they have told us their own position that they do not want it closed. I also interviewed a few pilots, not pilots of the past, but pilots that are current. I flew into Abuja at least 4 times in the last 1 week, and at the end of the flight, I always wait to talk to the pilot. Even this morning, I asked the pilot what is his opinion about the closure of the airport. And the pilot said it will be a disaster. That they have 3,400 meters before that they could use to taxi. But now, over a few months, it has been reduced to 2,400. So that means that about over months now, at least 1,000 meters have been available for repairs. Nothing was done. That 1,000 meters, he said, were because they had potholes. So that means that something could have been done much earlier because that airport was actually closed, that portion of the airport. So I believe the majority should have their way in that stakeholders meeting, and the majority, they are saying. So we should ask, even the embassies are saying they will close, they were part of the stakeholders, that they will close their embassies for the 6 weeks. So that means majority of the people in the stakeholders meeting don't want the airport closed. So we need to consider that. Then secondly, concerning security, if we end up having Kaduna as the alternative, I believe the most effective time I've seen security in this country is when Mr. President is traveling on the road. If Mr. President is going from Lagos to Ibadan, at every 1 kilometer, we will see policemen, army, every kilometer throughout that pathway. I believe if we are going to use this Kaduna airport, we should have this kind of security for Nigerians. Then we have some confidence to ply that road if we have at every kilometer, not just policemen, also the military. That's my submission. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sani.
Mr. President, I stand as Comrade Senator Sani to lend my voice in favor of the closing down of Abuja Airport and for Kaduna. I listened attentively to the submissions and arguments from both the Minister of State, the Minister of Works, Julius Berger, and Nigerian Society of Engineers, and also the police. And I think what we should understand here is that you can't extinguish a fire without going towards it. As lawmakers representing Nigerians here, we should be able to endure a very short period of inconvenience to get this country back to work.
That is no question.
My own question I have is this. Mr. Minister of State, as you move Nigerians to Kaduna, first of all, I commend you. And secondly, what do you have as assurances in case things go wrong, so that people like me who are on your own side will be able to speak? There are three issues here. There are security, there are engineering issues, and there are also feelings of apprehension. So my question to you, family, on this is that, in 6 weeks, do you fully assure Nigerians, because we hardly keep to time, 6 weeks can move to 6 months, and then 1 year. So are you fully assuring Nigerians that it's going to be 6 weeks? But as for me, I fully assured each and every one of you that Kaduna is well ready to welcome each and every one of you. Thank you very much.
Senator Olasadura.
Mr. Chairman, sir, distinguished colleagues, I want to align myself with all former speakers in this hallowed chamber, except Senator Sani. I would not like to waste too much time with preambles, but I want to state this, that the bane of the Nigerian society has been lack of planning. And we are at a crossroad now. Why are we not thinking and planning towards building this second runway and then doing a sketchy repair of the present one. I think that is the popular opinion, that we should go straight for the second runway and do a sketchy repair of the present one that can last us for the next 3 years. And as soon as we finish the second runway and we put it into use, we can now come back to the present runway and reconstruct. I believe that is the opinion. What will be the, I also want to know what will be the lifespan of a new runway now. Because the first one that was built, we heard that it was built for 20 years. Technology has improved. And I believe that we can have a runway that will last much longer than that, instead of thinking of a runway that we want to repair and use for 10 years. Then, for security, we understand that this forest that was talked about will now have been inhabited by fleeing Boko Haram people. Because you all know that Sambisa, which is the amphitheater of the operations, have been taken over by the Nigerian army. And I believe that not all Boko Haram people had been decimated. Every day we hear about bombings here and there, suicide bombing. And I believe that majority of these people must have moved into this forest that spanned from Zamfara down to Kaduna. How are you going to ensure that people are not only kidnapped but also bombed? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Umaru. I represent Niger East. Let me start by saying that I have a feeling that Mina is being designated as an airport that should not be considered at all. But I want to say, Mr. President, that Mina cannot be wished away. In this discussion, I have seen an unfortunate part of the Nigerian character come into play. We are talking about a problem we have in our hands without necessarily thinking about planning, like my distinguished colleague just mentioned, in a long term. Mr. Chairman, we have been informed that this runway, when repaired, would last only 10 years. And what happens after 10 years, we come back and start running around again. I think part of the planning here now should think about, we should consider situations whereby this kind of situation would be avoided in future. And that is where Mina comes into play. We should, at the same time, put on our thinking cap and make provisions for Mina Airport at the same time as we are thinking about the Kaduna Airport being the favored place. The reason, Mr. Chairman, is that I don't know, it's difficult to dispute the minister's, honorable minister's claim about the landing lights and other facilities there. But my information, which I received just yesterday, confirms that Mina Airport has a runway of 3,400 meters, while Kaduna has 3,000. Mina Airport has the capacity to, take flights, aircraft of 737 and the like, and that it has the capacity to be open for 24 hours. So I think we should think about developing or working on Mina Airport while we work on the Kaduna Airport. The question will be, if I can put it into proper perspective, is has the Honorable Minister thought about using Mina Airport in future, as another alternative in addition to Kaduna Airport. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will take the chief whip and then the leader, then we will go back to them and probably will be round up. But chief whip, chief whip, chief whip, chief whip. Before you start, just give 1 minute, let me consult again.
Thank you very much, Chairman, and my distinguished colleagues. I want to congratulate all of us for trying to avert disaster, because I believe that the Honorable Minister and his team are trying to avert disaster, because for too long our runway had not been properly maintained and another one had not been built. And my short comment is to say, if we must make an error at all, because human beings sometimes must make error, if we must make an error at all, my own preference is that we err on the side of safety. I came here this morning to plead that we did not move, we did not close the airport until we build a new one. I now asked a man who has built a runway before, I asked a civil engineer among us. One said it will take 15 months minimum before we can build a runway. The engineer said it will take about 24 months to build a new runway.
In effect, if we are saying is that we cannot close down this runway until we build a new one, we are saying in effect that we must leave things as they are for the next 24 months and 15 months. God forbid that during that time, that disaster should strike. Because if it does, the same people will call the head of the Minister for Aviation, and the Nigerian people will squarely blame us, because they will say that we were the ones who forced the hand of the ministry that wanted to avert disaster from doing so. So may I plead with the minister, I need to ask you a question. The question is, what's the minimum time it will take to build a new runway? He has said it. I was not here last week because I went to represent you somewhere else. No, it's not age. As old as I am, my mind is fresher than most of those who are younger than myself. The truth is, how long will it take? And what are your worst fears in terms of disaster? That's all. May God avert disaster as we work to prevent disaster.
Before we take the lead, let's quickly take Bukaraba so that Yobe will finalize the...
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to speak my mind. I am Senator Bukaraba Ibrahim, representing you. Mr. Chairman, sir, I have heard my colleagues on this side. I heard the government side for the last two sittings. In terms of technical arguments, both sides have given us sufficient reasons to go with them. And on the other hand, in technical situations, there is no one-way solution to anything. There are always alternatives. We are all Nigerians. We all talk about the best interest of Nigeria, talking like my comrade there, the best interest of the masses. My comrade here, I stand totally behind my two comrades, no matter how unpopular that decision is going to be, and be on the side of those who are going to do the job, those who have worked with this thing over a long period. From all indications, the decision on this side is the annoyance that we are not brought in early enough. The Nigerian Society of Engineers is actually angry because they were not brought in at the right time. They haven't told us anything technically different. There are always technical solutions to all problems. But what these people are saying is that in spite of the fact that there are so many solutions, the best, in their own opinion, the best solution out of the lot is what they have proposed. And I am totally in support of what they have proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Mr. Chairman, let me say that, and this is to my colleagues here, there is no decision that is taken by the executive that is cast in stone. We appropriate, and the power of the purse is fundamental in democracy, especially in the type of democracy that we practice here. So when decisions are taken by MDS, we can challenge such decisions, because at the end of the day we are responsible for approval funding for execution of such projects. Having said that, let me say that I would like to encourage our honored ministers and chief executive officers of agencies of government to always engage the relevant committees that supervise them at the appropriate time. What we have been doing here since last week could have been done perhaps much earlier with our committee on aviation. So we could have saved our time here, and perhaps our committee on aviation would have given us all the information Mr. Chairman, I have issues with the security arrangement. Only yesterday, last night, people were kidnapped along Kaduna-Abuja highway. This is an emergency, and the traffic of people who have means to pay for request by kidnappers will be massive for 6 weeks. I want to see a situation where our standing committees on security sit down with the police, with the army, with the state security services, so that we have a special purpose-built security architecture for this particular period. What we may witness, God forbid, may not be palatable. Finally, I believe that our committee on aviation, particularly here in the Senate, if eventually, for example, we agree that the closure for 6 weeks is granted, our committee on aviation should maybe fortnightly monitor every development in the execution of this project. Because, like all my colleagues here have said, including Sheikh Hussain, this is so critical. It will affect not only the economy, but even the politics of this particular state, federal capital. So we need to monitor very closely. And the MD Julius Berger, when he was making his point, said everything will be fine if all stakeholders perform their role. That caveat is instructive and is also frightening, because somehow, if the customs, for example, fail to clear those things in time, 6 weeks could transform into 8 or 10 or even 6 months. 6 months of closure. So I want us to be particularly very alert and supervise this project, whether it's going to be the closure or whatever it is. And lastly, Mr. Chairman and distinguished colleagues, this is a sign that for quite some time we have failed to supervise properly. This is happening with Abuja Airport. What happens with the other airports? There should be an audit, but beyond this, we should not wait until things have degenerated and deteriorated beyond redemption, that we should come and start looking for ways out. On the whole, I think this is a very worthwhile exercise. The Honourable Minister, our friend and colleague, I want to urge you that please next time, if there is any one single most important stakeholder you need to consult before any serious project like this, it should be your Committee on Aviation. Because besides the fact that you have been one of us, this is a house that will always like to see things done for the betterment of our country. Thank you very much, sir.
Well, the student colleagues will be rounding up, but before we do that, the stakeholders, our colleagues, our friends who are here, they've listened to us. Maybe we'll get the opportunity to have the final word, starting with we'll do the Nigeria Society of Engineers, we'll take the police, we'll take Julius Berger, we'll take Minister for War, then the Minister for Aviation will now give us his final position, then we'll round up. Nigeria Society of Engineers.
Thank you, Mr. President. A question was asked on what was lacking in managerial skill that led to the state of the runway. And we, of course, the view that management is about planning, organizing, directing, and coordination. And from what we gathered from the aviation ministry officials and other parastatals, they had problems in these areas to achieve timely or planned maintenance. And the lack of effective maintenance program for this important runway was not entirely for lack of effort. That there were proposals that were made rather in timely manner but did not get through. So that is something that really has to be looked at by the ministry. And we also were asked about how much information we have as a society about the runway. Well, an independent assessment was not done, but we depended on the findings of previous investigations given to us by our members who are in the aviation industry. And we discussed extensively and reviewed some reports that the managing director of FAN had made available to us. So, having reviewed all that, and like we said earlier, we both agreed that it is possible to perform the project that is required for the rehabilitation of the project without shutting down the airport. The difference here is that they identify some difficulties that would have to be surmounted. And I believe that if these are approached professionally, that those difficulties can be surmounted. And we are saying that as professionals, and we mean it, and we can stake our reputation as professionals on that. And I'm saying so solemnly before this august chamber that we give our word that it is possible to perform this project without having to shut down the airport, because in most other places in the world that is what happens. These repairs are done on the runways and the airports are not shut down. So we still stand by that and urge these august chambers to request that the ministry and all other stakeholders involved in this act professionally in this matter. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished Senator, I want to say here again that we are committed to ensure that infraction into security of the nation, particularly this assignment, will improve. I know that the responsibility of doing that has been given to me, and therefore, as I sit here, I have taken all the comments and the fears. We'll go back to the drawing board, and I can assure you that we will collaborate fully and make this a very special assignment so that we can not afford to create a situation where the image of this country will be tainted because we failed to prevent some crime. We will do our best, and we will do just that.
Yes, better.
Your Excellency, distinguished senators, there was the question of which material is imported or why do we import asphalt. We are not importing asphalt. Of course, all the asphalt, all the crushed stone, the bitumen, the cement is all procured locally. What we are importing is specialized material like cables. It's special aviation cables. It's light fittings. And what I mentioned before, the new technology, it's asphalt reinforcement. It's a grid which is laid on the floor, and then the local asphalt is put there. It increases the bearing capacity and the lifespan. The second thing is in response to the leader, the comment of the leader, when I mentioned, yes, the 6 weeks are subject to the performance of all the stakeholders. Yes, that's true, but I'm not saying that to scare anybody or to frighten anybody. It's the other way around. I want that everybody, all stakeholders are alerted, that everybody is motivated to contribute the success of this project. And I think the proposal of the leader that the Senate Committee on Aviation is joining the client, the consultant and the contractor during the construction phase, it's a very good proposal and we are more than happy to cooperate there. As my final statement, I just wanted to say that also Julius Berger, we are relying a lot on flight operations. That means the closure of this airport is for us at least the same pain as for you. And you can trust me that we tried everything to shorten the time of the closure. Originally, our submission to the ministry was a closure of 10 to 12 weeks. And in intensive discussions with the executives of FAN, with consultants and with Ministry of Aviation, in joint efforts, we brought it down from 10 weeks to 6 weeks. But we see, jointly, we see that's the barest minimum. We did not make this decision or this proposal lightly, because it affects us at least the same as it affects you. Thank you.
Minister for Works, Housing and Power.
Your Excellency, distinguished senators, I think that I like to start from where the Senate leader left it off, and also the majority leader and distinguished Senator Bukar Ibrahim. Because, yes, consultation is important. It is the heart and soul of representative governance. But nobody has ever been guilty of over-consultation. The story always is under consultation. And incidentally, the example we have today clearly is somebody who was a member of this house, who would perhaps have been sitting here and complaining that he wasn't consulted. So it just reveals how difficult the other side also is. So that said, sir, it just reveals how difficult the other side of governance also is, with all his experience here. So that said, sir, I think I'd like to emphasize again that this was a situation that presented an existential danger in its imminence and provided the need to act with some sense of urgency and emergency. And it is in that sense that all of the actions that have been taken must be viewed rather than a deliberation, as some senators may have conceived that there was a sense of coming here to present a fait accompli. That wasn't the intention. This urgent situation, weather considerations required us at least to conceive some things that would then be discussed. We couldn't have come to you to say, we don't know what to do. We are still thinking of what to do. It remains your prerogative to decide which way you would want to lean. But I don't think that we should see emergency procurement which are made by your own laws. Your laws give us the power to do emergency procurement. And so these are the things that have been done. I just also want to make the point for the record, no monies have been spent. And I made that when I opened my presentation. The point I made was that because of the emergency nature of this procurement, the contractor is asking for 50% mobilization, which I pointed out is not supported by our procurement law. And that therefore the maximum he will get, unless you amended the law, was the maximum 15%. But let us also understand that the character of a nation, a government and its people is not defined by what happens when things are normal. It is defined by what happens when there are challenges. And therefore, sir, a government that cannot get contractors to begin to work on its own credibility that they will be paid is a government that is looking for trouble. Because things will not always be normal. So all of these contractors have started in response to members of government saying, trust the Nigerian government. We need to begin to act. But they haven't been paid. I thought that I should make those points by way of clarification and to say very clearly, the intention was not to present a fait accompli, and no immutable decision has been made. But the truth is that having deeply explored the positions, the Ministry of Aviation has convinced us on the executive side that given the option, there are all sorts of options. Each one has consequences, that this is the best option in terms of cost, in terms of time, and in terms of an enduring solution. It is not that there are no alternatives, but we have to make those choices. And my role in my ministry is totally supportive. We are not leading them. So if they say that they want us to stop, we have no interest in the matter. Beyond the way the police is coming to give collaboration, beyond the way other agencies are coming to give collaboration. So we were called into the meeting when this problem became a matter of urgent national consideration, and we volunteered that we will give all the support to restore the road. Thank you, sir.
All right, finally, the Minister for Aviation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for this opportunity yet again and to make the closing remark. But I feel that I should all honestly answer a few questions that arose during the discussion. First question is the consideration of Kaduna, whether there is availability of Jet A1. Yes, there is. We have a facility in Kaduna that will take the capacity or anticipated capacity of Jet A1 located in their airport. And as to the question of 19 left, as it then was called, reoriented to mean 18 left in Lagos, the runway, the practice and the procedure and the engineering is such that you install those lightings after you construct the runway, so it wasn't forgotten. When they saw them doing it after, it's actually the process. Integrity of Kaduna runway. Kaduna runway was equally built around 1982, however, different from Abuja. In 2009, major rehabilitation work, rebuilding of Kaduna runway took place, so the integrity of Kaduna runway is perfect and good enough to handle these operations. co-opting of Nigerian Society of Engineers, Your Excellency, the component part of Nigerian Society of Engineers as it is constituted today, those that have the aerodrome and runway experience and have built runways in this country or elsewhere, part of them are still domiciled within the ministry and within the Presidential of Aviation, and the rest would have worked in one way or another with us, and their position as at the time of the meeting that they held yesterday was in variance with the position presented. However, they are also part and parcel of the Nigerian subsect of an economy that the Senate has the capacity and ability to invite and also hear their opinion, i.e. the aerodrome and runway experts within Nigerian Society of Engineers. As to the conclusion of stakeholders, it is not true that embassies said they will close. In fact, the opposite was the case. Emphatically, the High Commission of the United Kingdom, represented by the Deputy High Commissioner, the lady, emphatically said, and I quote, the British government had no intention, never discussed, and never will leave the city of Abuja because of the closure of the runway. It has not been an issue, they have never contemplated. And she added by saying, this is also the position of all other embassies I represent today. So the majority of the stakeholders that were there present, except for the airline operators of Nigeria, AON, and also a representative of the international airlines that are flying into Abuja, everybody was in agreement to ask to the closure of the runway for 6 weeks. And the AOL will have engaged them professionally. We're still talking with them. And with due respect, their position was more or less from how I saw it, because they do not have some of the facts that were available to them at that day. Subsequent presentations they made was at variance with what they did earlier on. And they're also available for Senate to also discuss with them. So the conclusion of the stakeholders, except for these three, was yes, we should close the runway. As to the question of other contractors, each and every single contractor that came to bid, PW, CCECC, CGC, Kelimo, TEC, and the rest, all of them in their program of work at some point agreed that they must close this runway to be able to procure and to be able to construct this new runway. Your Excellency, as the position of the pilot who said that he came in and Abuja runway is fine, I am sad to announce that on the 13th of January 2017, which is just 3 days ago, Lufthansa landed on the same runway. On takeoff, they hit a depression and they damaged their landing gear, and they came back, made an air return, and parked and stayed there on a tarmac for 2 days for those who have been to Abuja. And he lost the hydraulic, could have been a major disaster. But 5 days before then, when I appeared here, Air France also, on the same runway, broke their landing gear. So for any pilot to say that it's perfect, I think he's just being sentimental or naive or lacks the information. Or that is the limit of his training, expertise, and currency. As the security of the Kaduna-Abuja road, Your Excellency, I did say here that over 500,000 people daily fly that route. And that the addition from our operations will be something between 1 to 2%, but yet, as a government, we feel responsible that we should further do actions that will ensure the comfort and safety of those people, those additions, in addition to what traditionally should have been what government will be doing to secure lives and property. And it isn't about the city of Kaduna as against the city of Minna or Lagos or Jos. It is about the operational exigency into these 2 airports. Given the choice, I would have chosen the city of Lagos, where I spent 27 years of my life. But operationally, it is impossible, impractical, cumbersome, and tedious. So the choice of Kaduna, I had said, Mina lacks lending aids. We can't come in at night. I have said so, and I've answered that question, I think, 3 times. So it's not about the city of Kaduna, it's about the operations. And the question of 6 weeks closure, Julius Baja had already said so. We started from 12 weeks, and the minimum we got was from one of the contractors who said he would do it for 8 weeks. And the initial instinct was, for me, was due respect to send all the contractors out of my office. And it actually did happen. I said, I can't afford to do this. Unfortunately for me, as I was being bashed within the office for my position, so also within the executive, so at the legislature, so also the Nigerian public. Even that alone ought to send some sense in me to say, wait a minute, could you really make yourself think? This is hugely unpopular. I did so. And I'm more than convinced, Your Excellency, that at some point we have to be responsible for our actions. We have to stand up to do what is correct and what is right in the interest of safety, especially where lives and properties are involved. I don't envy my situation. And Your Excellency, also as to our readiness, if this procurement proceeds, it's our intention that 1 week before the closure of the runway, we would invite people to inspect both Kaduna-Abuja Road, then the Nnamdi Azikiwe former Western Bypass, and then the airport of Kaduna and the metropolitan city of Kaduna, the hotels, the transportation, the security, the smooth traffic flow, the airport itself, the alternate runway in the Air Force, etc., etc., and then our readiness, the train, the buses, the loading points, the screening points, the emergency centers, etc., etc., all will be inspected by this August Senate, by the Nigerian people, by stakeholders, and by my humble self. Yes, human error. Most of operations, of course, near 90% human error. It is best manifested in aviation. We do understand that. That's why we are doing everything humanly possible to be able to ensure that there's smooth operations beginning to end. As stakeholders whose activity must be spot on for us to achieve these 6 weeks, our Central Bank of Nigeria within the executive, customs, possibly immigration, Ministry of Finance, and of course your humble self, the National Assembly. All of these are in agreement that this procurement is critical, and it's also an emergency procurement that calls for emergency actions. And I'm happy, Your Excellency, to hear that the Senate is in support of total rehabilitation of this runway. As to the second question of whether we should construct this new runway and allow this to continue to be used, I am more than happy. I would have been most happy if I achieved a second runway and I had rehabilitated this existing one, because this one will not last the time within which to construct a new runway. The fastest I have seen it done, a runway of this size and capacity, is 24 months. And in that 24 months, it is not a normal procurement. It is a concession to someone who has his money, who wants to come in quick, build quick, make money quick, and get out quick, that was able to do it in 24 months. So for me to allow 24 months and then construct a new runway, yes, we need a new runway, we would have it. Thank you very much indeed. And then of course also to continue to rehabilitate this one as programmed, so that we avoid danger. Your Excellency, I think I have read, and it was whilst I was a senator here, that I drew from the experience of Vice President Al Gore of the United States, who wrote a book, Assault on Reason. Luckily, where this debate is happening today, is a distinguished senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria who within the midst of the Senate has all kinds of experiences put together. However, I just want to put a word of caution that if they want to obscure the real issue, the next that comes in is assault on reason to create fear, to begin to fear the unknown and what is not there, what is absent. In point of fact, the country of Nigeria has challenges, security challenges, and government is doing its best to attend to those challenges, as been evidenced by the activity of government. So it is an additional responsibility of government to continue to safeguard lives and property, whether on Kaduna-Abuja Road or Metropolitan Kaduna City or that of Abuja. And that part of responsibility will not be ceded. As to the question of 10 years, I wanted commitment from Julius Berger that given this time, given this emergency, given these hassles, given this need, urgent need to rehabilitate our runway, when you do so, what guarantee are you giving us? And they said the guarantee is a minimum of 10 years. They didn't cap the top, but they said minimum of 10 years. So I think that's the explanation. It's not saying that they give us after 10 years we have to come back. No. And initially my thinking is we could actually manage this runway and have it being able to do up to 2 to 3 years, within which time we can concession the airport, build another runway, and so on, and take it over. But we couldn't get, because from the integrity of the runway, we cannot afford to do that, because the runway may fail on us, and dangerously for that matter. Your Excellencies, it is the intention of the Ministry of Aviation, and as a demonstration of our further involvement of people, the Nigerian people, including the Senate, and for participatory democracy, to create a website where all of these Q&As and all of these discussions can continue to happen until when we achieve a brand new runway in Abuja. The website will be up very soon, and the good thing is, up till now, we're far away from March 8th, the due date for the closure of the runway. Your Excellency, the operations, flight operations for that matter, are done within calculated safety envelopes. Because aviation is an exact science and technology and art, and has rules and regulations which are standardized and international in nature, and speaks only one language, and has only one dimension, and only one currency. There is not any aviation B. There is no aviation Nigeria, aviation US. No. There is one standard. Within this standardization, within this one aviation, within this safety envelope, it is not possible, Your Excellency, for me to operate and exceed the envelope even by half an inch. Because when the disaster comes, in fact, even go close to the border of the envelope, not talk less of going above it. And the reason why I bring this, Your Excellency, is that if you are going or operating into an airport, there are all the parameters for that day given, and there are all envelopes within which you should operate. Reducing this runway to the length being envisaged by other people, including some pilots that were interviewed, will push the safety envelope and will take us towards danger. Anything to avoid danger will not be accepted by International Aviation Convention. Your Excellency, then the last one. The last one, Your Excellency, I did discuss this one. Throwing the baby with the bathwater. And I'm gladdened by the intervention and gladdened by the speech, one senator after another, saying yes, we are for this rehabilitation. The question of is this 8 weeks and the economic impact on it. I'd like to crave your indulgence and most humbly ask you that as you debate this matter, please put behind your minds that this is bordering upon safety. Because if the money was the issue when second runway was conceptualized, and the Senate and the House of Reps and the Nigerian people agreed to reduction of the cost to what is right, we would have had a second runway and wouldn't have been here discussing it. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you, Honorable Minister of State for Aviation. The Minister for Power, Works and Housing, the MD Julius Beja, the DIG Operations and other police officers here present, our friends from the Society of Engineers, other stakeholders here present, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Senate, I would like to thank you for this conversation. I think this has been the most comprehensive conversation on this subject since the debate started. And we're happy that every part of Nigeria is part of this conversation because every senator here represents a senatorial district. So I would like to thank everybody for this participation. As you can see from the concerns of our colleagues, the preference would have been, yes, rehabilitate the runway, but don't close the airport. That would have been our alternative, or possibly our position. But fortunately, it's something that is technical, for which you also have to bear responsibility in taking the final decision. And it's more so when the airline operators and the foreign airlines have also said, oh yes, they would have also preferred a continued use of the airport and the facilities while the repairs are going on. So we would like to appeal that while you take a final decision, also consider those concerns and our fears as well. So let us not say that the matter is closed. Nothing is ever closed. So if, as we approach March 8th, it becomes necessary or something comes up that it is possible for us to continue to operate, we'll be happy to hear it. But you must realize that the decision ends in your table. So what we can do is to provide you this opportunity to hear alternative views, which you've heard, and for us also to hear explanations for those who should know. So I think we've been enriched by this discussion, and I believe you too have been well informed by this conversation. So I would like to thank everybody for being present. On behalf of my colleagues, I want to thank you again, and we'll be allowing you to go while we deliberate and then be able to say this is the way forward. But meanwhile, just ensure that at all material times that the best interests of Nigerians are taken into cognizance in taking decisions. And for the police, if it becomes imperative that we have to go to Kaduna, please ensure that no life is lost within the period. Please, by whatever means, protect the lives and properties of those who are going to operate there. And then for Julius Beja, we also want to appeal, if it becomes imperative that we have to close, not a day after the 6 weeks, ensure that if it is possible to finish before the 6 weeks. So I'm sure you can do this. So want to thank you too for your presence here and then for giving us more insight. So once more, thank you. So you are discharged.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I move that the Senate reverse to plenary.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion that the Senate reverts to plenary to report progress. I so second.
Dear colleagues, those who support that chair now report progress, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Distinguished colleagues, the Senate in the Committee of the Whole received the brief from Honorable Minister of Power, Works and Housing, President Nigerian Society of Engineers, Mrs. Julius Beja Nigeria Limited, Representative of Inspector General of Police, Honorable Minister of State for Aviation, the MD FAN, and NCAA on the planned closure of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, and the repairs thereof. Thereafter, they answered questions from distinguished senators relating to the closure. The Senate prefers a segmented repairs on the runway of the airport to avoid total closure of the airport. However, the Minister of Transportation could take decision based on the technical advice provided by the various stakeholders. Is this a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole? Then what happened? Yes, Dino.
Mr. President, my respected colleagues, Dino Melaye, Kogi West. Mr. President, that was not a true reflection of what transpired in the Committee of the Whole. What transpired is that while they gave the technical reasons for why the airport will be closed, the Senate, in our contribution, leaned towards the suggestion by the Nigerian Society of Engineers.
That's what I said. Can I read it again?
The conclusion comes from the Senate, not from...
Can I read it again? The Senate prefers segmented repairs on the runway of the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport to avoid total closure of the airport. However, the Minister of Transportation could take decision based on technical advice provided by various stakeholders. Yes. So is that a true reflection of what has been the Committee of the Whole? Okay. Senate Leader.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, in the light of the very exhaustive and fruitful interaction with the Minister of State Aviation, Minister of Works, Power and Housing, I move that the Senate steps down all other items in the order paper until another legislative day.
Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, I rise to second the motion moved by the leader that the Senate do step down other items of the order paper for another legislative day. I still second.
Dear colleagues, those in support of the motion that will stand down the remaining items on other paper to another legislative day, say aye. Those against saying nay, the ayes have it. Now, having concluded our proceedings today and have exceeded our sitting time beyond 2 o'clock, this Senate is hereby adjourned to Wednesday, the 18th day of January 2017 at 10 a.m. prompt. Senate is accordingly adjourned.